you. And because I was walking over here with the sergeant major, and I was thinking, I said, well, what do you think I should say? He goes, well, say what you said last time. I said, okay. Tried to remember. But I do remember my first deployment was, it was the fall of 1990. I know some of you may not have even been born at that point. Certainly probably weren't in the military, but I was a second lieutenant at Fort Hood. We were going off to fight the fourth largest army in the world in the deserts of Iraq, and back then no one even knew where Iraq was. And I had just had a baby. Me and my wife had our first baby on October 1st. I deployed October 10th. And so it was very uncertain times, very concerned about the welfare of my young bride and our brand new baby. And we were at Fort Hood, which is a huge military post, but I wasn't comfortable just leaving her there because all the soldiers were leaving and there was really nothing left but all the spouses, and didn't have all this support systems that, and they may have existed, but I didn't know about them. So the best thing for us at that time was she went back to where our parents lived in Arizona and stayed there while I was deployed. And that way I had peace of mind that she was, her and the new baby were going to be well taken care of, and so I didn't have to worry about them. I could focus on what I was doing over in the middle of the desert. So I feel much better about where we're at in our military today, and especially here in Idaho. The team that we have in our service member and family support is, I can't imagine there's any better anywhere else. We have really knowledgeable people who truly care about their mission, and their mission while you're deployed is to take care of your loved ones back here. So when I asked my wife and I said, hey, I'm going to go talk to a bunch of people some are deploying and some are staying back, but it's for them to be informed on what services and benefits are available to them back here. I said, what do you think they want to hear? And she said, well, they want to know that their soldier deploying is going to be okay, and the soldiers deploying want to know that their families will be okay. And I can say that. I said, okay, that's what I'll say. But for those of you who are staying behind, you can rest assured that the soldiers who are deploying we have the best equipment that is available to military forces. We have the best leadership. Every one of the leaders over there genuinely cares for the soldiers that they lead, as if it were their own family. So you don't have to worry about your soldier being over there all alone and not taken care of, because the leadership truly, genuinely does care for their welfare and their readiness. And you'll hear from the battalion commander right after me. And then for those of you who are deploying, that's my main focus, who's the people who stay back and work here and throughout the state to make sure that anything you need, we'll be able to provide for you or find a way to make sure that whatever your issue is taken care of. And so if nothing else, you can walk out of here with a lot of information, and you probably forget half you hear today, so make sure you take notes or get cards. But you can certainly walk out of here today with peace of mind that your deploying soldiers are well led, well trained, and well equipped. And then for you who do deploying, your loved ones left back here are going to be a high priority, if not the top priority, of me and all the people back here to make sure they're taken care of. So again, welcome. Thank you for what you do. Not a lot of Americans do this. I always felt, a lot of people like to talk about military service as a sacrifice. And there are times where it's maybe harder than the average lifestyle in America. But I tend to think that my life is better, more fulfilling, more rewarding having served for all these years, and my family's too. Because we do live in a great country, and we take the time to honor and recognize those who serve. And so you're kind of like part owners of the country now. You've actually invested in this great experiment called government of the people, by the people, for the people, where freedom is the #1 objective of our existence. So take pride in that. You are elite. You're special people. And I thank you for what you do. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, sir. If Major McDowell would like to come up.
Hey, the commander's a hard act to follow, guys. I'll start with a question for you. I guess I'd talk over here.
Please.
So, could somebody tell me what the hardest job in the Army is? Anybody? It absolutely is. It's our families, right? It's being the kids, the spouse, families of service members. I'll tell you, I've been doing this for a little over 15 years. Doesn't get better, easier every time I leave. And it's not for me. It's 15 years, it gets a little easier for me. It's rough on the families. Absolutely is. In the military, we get trained, right? We go out there. You go to basic training, you go to AAT, you come here, and, we just came out of the field. We get a lot of good, hard training. What training do we give to our families? And I say that because every time I go through one of these yellow ribbons, it gets better. These programs get better. I think you guys will have an opportunity to provide, some feedback after this. And those are actually, taken into account for the follow-on yellow ribbons. So please take advantage of this forum, please. There's a lot of great information that'll come out. Finances, how to take care of pretty much anything that you have questions about while your service member is deployed. And so please take advantage of it if you could. Hey, I'm Sam McDowell, I'm the battalion commander for 216 CAB. We've got, we did yellow ribbon before AT here, really a week ago, I think we ended, right? And I am happy to report that we have an awesome team. We really do. We've got 5 states with headquarters represented in this task force. We'll have a lot of folks on this Army team when we get overseas, and I couldn't be more proud of the effort, the level of training and proficiency that I saw here the last 3 weeks. So just a tiny bit about myself, because you guys are probably wondering who this weirdo is that's going to lead your soldiers overseas. So I'm a career infantry guy, did some time on active duty, and showed up here back home to the Guard. This was definitely the place for me. Couldn't be more proud to be part of this organization. This will be my 3rd full combat deployment overseas. I was there as recent as 2016 in the same area that we'll be going to. I'll tell you, leadership-wise, we have a ton of experience. Folks have been over there repeatedly. So rest assured, families, you guys are in great hands. You really are. And I'll tell you, one of the things I demand of myself and our leaders for the task force is showing respect and care for our soldiers. That's, other than accomplishing the mission, that's what I look for in a leader. And so, rest assured that'll be our priority, because if we can do that, we can accomplish the mission. And so, care for our soldiers, that's really the top thing that we do, and that's what we'll be doing. There's an old saying that says, if you sweat hard in training, you'll bleed less in combat. And that's what we prescribe to in 2nd Battalion. So we get out there, you'll have some time off here, soldiers and your families here next couple months. We'll head down to Bliss in August for 2 months of hard training, and we'll continue to train hard there. We just train at a bigger level down there. But I tell you, right now, and our evaluators also told us this, last week, is that we are well prepared to succeed and to build on the training that we've done already down at Fort Bliss. And so we are absolutely ready to go. And I believe that when we get overseas, the mission will be hard, but we'll be well prepared for it. So I definitely look at this as a family affair, right? We have over 1,000 soldiers going on this task force, and folks from every corner of the United States. And we've got teammates coming out of South Carolina, out of Ohio, and all these western states. We got folks flying in from all over the country and all over, not just 2nd Battalion. Every battalion, probably every organization in the state has soldiers represented on this task force. And I look at this as a family affair. It doesn't matter where you're from, what patch you showed up to the unit with here recently. We're all a Task Force Rattler family, and that's the way I look at it, all right? And an extension of that, the families that are here today, and definitely thank you for coming. You're part of the Rattler family, and that's the way we look at it. I just want to say thank you for your guys' service, and thank you for letting us borrow your service member for this next year. It does mean the world to us, and I tell you, the people of the United States owe you guys a big debt of gratitude as well. So I got a couple more things here, and I'll shut up. So communications, all right? No news is good news. All right, no news is good news, families. I'll tell you, we'll take care of your service member. They'll have a lot of opportunities to call home, video conference home. But if you're not hearing from them, it's probably because they're in an area where they can't get to a phone, can't get on the internet. Rest assured, we're taking care of your service member, all right? So, bear with us. Obviously, we'll enforce from our side. If you're not hearing from your soldier for a while, you reach out. Yeah, we'll go knock on a door. We'll grab somebody, by the scruff of the neck and say, hey, you need to call home. We'll definitely do that because I know soldiers get pretty tunnel vision when we get over there, focus on the mission. But no news is good news, please. So just remember that. The last thing I've got is, as a soldier, I can't officially task the families in here at all. But if you could help me out with something here. One is spend quality time with your families over the next 2 months, please. We say in the military, quality training is planned, resourced, and then executed, right? If it's something that's just off the cuff, hey, let's go do this. I'm not saying it's not good family time, but probably the stuff that you guys do when you plan it, resource it, and go execute it, go do it, is probably in the category of quality time. And so, I find that I just never have enough time with my family. So quantity of time is really not there, but quality time definitely makes up for that, right? And so please, if you haven't already, plan some good quality time, in the next couple months with your families. And that'll definitely pay dividends. And, take the information here to heart. Simple things, and I was just chatting with the leadership over here, like, service members, probably a fair amount of you take the trash out, on Tuesdays, on Thursdays. But simple things like that, when you leave your spouse at home and they've got kids, you've got kids, and now you're not there to take the trash out, and you didn't really plan for that, and you add that, to the big bill that your spouse has to pay for that week, for that month, it becomes a big thing, right? It really does. And you can add on, the trash and all the other duties that you normally do and you don't even think about. But if you don't plan that, you leave your family in a world of hurt when you leave. I'm directing this at the soldiers right now. So please, as you guys go through this today with your spouse and your families, think about it down to that level. How can I set up my family to succeed while I'm gone? And so definitely plan for that as well. All right, guys, I couldn't be more humbled to be a part of this formation. And the families, thank you for showing up today, and we will talk to you guys soon. Thanks.
Okay, so just so that you have a familiar face, you can ask any one of us at any time today any questions, and we will be able to help you. So we're going to introduce the resourcers today that have graciously agreed to serve you. Did anyone want to say anything else before we move forward? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. Talk to them during break. We have recruited some of the groups that are experts for all over the state. Some are veterans, active duty military, civilians, but the one thing they have in common is they're all committed to your success today. These folks are your hospitality team and the most talented resource providers. Some of them will be facilitating sessions and some of them will be at vendor tables. These amazing men and women volunteer their time and because they are here to provide you with the most up-to-date information to benefit you and your families. We are grateful to have them, so please make sure you visit them and let them know how much we appreciate them for being here. With that, we do have a couple reminders. If you haven't already, please silence any cell phones. There are designated smoking areas behind the building. You can only do that during break. This includes vapes and e-cigarettes, so please make sure that you're only doing that on break and not in the building. In case of a fire or the building evacuation, it's going to be through these front exit doors, the closest ones to you, and we're going to meet in the parking lot. Please make sure you are getting scanned in and out with your badges. Lunch is going to be provided today here and in Post Falls. We will have time to visit the resources. The vendors are going to be side by side with your guys' lunches. Obviously, due to the weather, we were going to have it outside at the chapel, but with that being said, we're probably going to just move it to 951. If you're not familiar with that building, it is directly right out here, and it's in the drill hall where people played basketball. We will also have myself and Sergeant Fritz. We'll have people walking and we'll have people driving, so please just make sure that you're going directly here after. And with that, we are going to welcome Cassandra Zeppa, and she will now begin her first brief.
How are you?
And there actually is a screen, so you don't have to look, and then it's just this arrow until I can get
Okay.
a clicker.
Perfect. So the TRICARE briefing. Yes. Okay. Not currently covered. Please reach out to your local service member and family support specialist. Later on in the day, we'll go through a presentation that'll have everybody's names, emails, phone numbers. Also, when you're visiting the vendor table section, we have a table there that has everyone's contact information on it for you as well. So if you don't know who your specialist is, you'll be able to get that. Correspondence, approximately weekly or so. But have you all received the email information about your TRICARE coverage? Have you been receiving notifications from your specialists? You should be, and if you haven't, then please reach out to them and connect with them as well. We're doing our best. We had system changeovers. We're doing our best between your SRP forms that you've completed to get everybody's contact information updated in the system so that you are receiving that information. We're sending out, this is a lot of information that you're receiving all at once at Yellow Ribbon. And then we have some that attended the first and want to attend again as a second refresher. It's so much information, and you're gonna leave here saying, wow, that was fantastic, but I don't even remember what was said. There was so much just overflow of information, right? So our goal with these weekly emails is to kind of piece that information out to you again in a different format, allow you to have, take a second look at it, and if you have questions, feel free and reach out. We also have weekly virtual drop-in sessions via Microsoft Teams, where myself, through the lunch hours between the up north time zone and down here, it's like, what is it, 11:30 to 12:30 your guys' time, mountain time. You just hop in there, I sit in there, if anybody shows up and wants to say hi, great, if not, then I'll just hang out for the hour. But ask any questions that you have, because you're gonna think you have all the information now, and as soon as you leave, you're gonna say, wait a second, my particular situation, yada yada, this is my question. Okay, what do I do? Feel free and hop on anytime. Okay, TRICARE. This is their generic slide deck, so please bear with me on this. These are the things that we're going to discuss regarding TRICARE. The first topic, what is TRICARE? So if I were to ask you all, what is TRICARE? I bet some of you, given past experience, maybe have a couple of choice words to describe TRICARE. Maybe some good, maybe some not. Has anybody had less than favorable experience using TRICARE? Great news. My experience working with service members and families is that TRICARE is fantastic, but it can be quite the bugger if we don't follow the rules. And knowing the rules is half the battle, right? So it's our job to try and educate you on the rules, but know that you always have us to fall back on if you're unsure. And I encourage you to be on the proactive end versus the reactive end. It's very difficult when a service member comes to my office and presents me with $20,000 worth of bills, medical bills, because they didn't use TRICARE the way it was supposed to be used. right? So if we can do it right the first time, it saves everybody a whole lot of headache and stress. So TRICARE is your medical coverage. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Do I need to lower it? No. Okay. Okay. I'm usually one that paces around when I speak, so this is, sorry. Okay, TRICARE is your healthcare coverage. It's the all-encompassing umbrella, right? When we say TRICARE, we're referring to your medical, your dental, your pharmacy. It doesn't mean that TRICARE is the one and only plan. It's the umbrella that describes all the plans that are available to you, okay? And that's part of the confusion, because you're like, what one am I eligible for? We'll go into that. There are 2 different regions stateside for TRICARE. Is there anybody in this room who lives on the light blue side, in any of the states in the light blue? Great. They do have an overseas program. Won't really pertain to us right here. Eligibility. Can anybody tell me what determines eligibility for TRICARE coverage? What is the most important thing to ensure you're eligible for TRICARE? Anyone? Your orders, okay. Anyone else? DEERS. If you're not in DEERS as reflected eligible from your orders, if your family members aren't in DEERS, they don't exist, right? In terms of military and coverage, right? If they're not in DEERS, they don't exist. If your orders, your status, any of that is not reflected in DEERS, you're not eligible. TRICARE pulls all eligibility information from what's reflected in DEERS. They're 2 separate systems, but that's where eligibility is pulled, okay? So if you're gonna have a baby soon, if you have recently been divorced or remarried, that information isn't updated, that is what TRICARE is pulling. Okay, so how do you update your DEERS? ID card office, go onto MillConnect. If you're adding or removing dependents, that has to be done in the ID card office at a local DEERS site. You can schedule, there is such thing as a RAPIDS site scheduler for those of you that didn't know, because sometimes it can be frustrating when you live up where I am and it takes you an hour to get to the DEERS location, sometimes 2, and then you don't know how long the line is and you don't want to wait 5 hours to get into the appointment. There is a site scheduler that you could schedule an appointment in advance at that location, okay? And you know that if you're in uniform, you're always pushed to the front of the line. All right, so TRICARE is the umbrella. What you're eligible for is reflected off of DEERS, and what DEERS determines is based off of this coverage life cycle here, right? Previously to right now, you were in that inactive status. So some of you may have elected to opt for the TRICARE Reserve Select coverage. Great coverage, affordable coverage. I don't know if you're paying for health care from your civilian sector during your MDay status. You know, for a service member only coverage, it's like $47 and some change per month. And your deductible is based off of your rank, but it is incredibly affordable. To put it into perspective, as a single female who does not qualify for TRICARE, and if I have to purchase coverage in the civilian sector, it costs me about $200 a month for myself only. And then for an annual deductible for affordable coverage, it's like a $2,500 deductible. Now, if you're taking it for your own self, for a service member only coverage at $27, $28, just say $50 a month, okay? Depending on your rank, your deductible is like $150 annually, okay? And for family deductible is $300. And if you're not familiar with how that works, that means in a year's time, for that first year, you're just gonna pay that first $300 or $150 in coverage. If I'm in the hospital for myself and my coverage, that first $2,500 is gonna be my responsibility, okay? So just keep that in mind. Now we're moved to the pre-activation status. This is where you all in this room are right now. So that means you're eligible for this early eligibility coverage, they call it. Technically, you're eligible for this up to 180 days pre-mobilization, or whenever you receive your delayed effective date orders. So hopefully you've all received those. You're in the room now. You're going to check with MillConnect. You all promised me, I saw it. When you leave here, you're going to verify in MillConnect that you have coverage under early eligibility. This is for a family coverage. It's like $250 a month under the reserve status insurance. So the DOD is affording you $250 premium waived monthly for you and your family and insurance prior to you leaving. It's saving you that money. And you have a couple of different options for coverage, so we'll go through that. Then as soon as August 7th, 8th, whatever time frame hits, when you mobilize, you're going to be under the straight active duty coverage. Okay? It'll be very similar to your early eligibility with a few minor changes. Then you're going to deploy, go overseas, come back, go through your redeployment phase, and then you're released from active duty phase. Okay? Once you're released from active duty, you get coverage under TAMP, which is a whole nother 180 days, 6 months worth of free coverage following your deployment when you're home. And I won't go into TAMP very much right now because that's so long from now that you'll definitely forget about it and the details that's involved, but we will go through more in depth on the TAMP side when you return, and we go through that post-deployment yellow ribbon. Okay? And if you ever have questions throughout any of this, please just speak up. I prefer the interactive conversation as we go. I encourage people to ask questions as we go versus waiting at the end to do one-on-one questions, because chances are if you have the question, so does at least 3 other people in the room. And then I get asked the same question off the side 5 different times. Okay, so let's share if we can. Do we know if Post Falls has the ability to ask questions? Is anybody here?
They can comment on the feed if they have questions. I can let you know.
And you would see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's talk about the coverage. We're in the early eligibility phase here. So we talked about up to 180 days before activation. We're within that portion now, but you are covered. Automatically covered under TRICARE Prime for the service members. And we're gonna go through, in this description, this briefing, we're gonna go through the service members coverage, and then we're gonna go through the family members. They are not interchangeable. There are different details that apply to each section, okay? So it's very important that we understand the difference between the service member and the family member. So early eligibility, you're getting the active duty TRICARE benefit. If at any point in time, maybe tomorrow something happens and you're taken off the DMD and you're no longer deploying, or if just somewhere between now and the time you leave, if you're taken off and you're no longer leaving, your coverage under early eligibility stops. It's important that you understand that. It doesn't last through the end of the month. That is the last day of your coverage, and that extends to your family. That does qualify, or is considered a qualifying life event, which means that if you have that QLE, you don't have to wait for an open enrollment season at your civilian employer for insurance or for TRICARE Reserve Select. You are eligible. That does give you that qualifications to enroll in the other healthcare insurance, okay? But so it's important that you remember, if at any point in time you don't decide to leave, your coverage, or if you are told you're not leaving, your coverage stops that day. Okay. Service members. Okay, so we're going to discuss the service member portion first, excuse me. Okay. So for the service member themselves, they're covered in the same way as an active duty service member is. And you can receive routine urgent care, but you have to go to a military treatment facility. And I know that's hard, because some of you don't live super close to Fairchild Air Force Base or Mountain Home Air Force Base. As the service member, you are covered under TRICARE Prime. Prime Remote does not exist for the service member. Civilian health care is not an option under Prime coverage, okay, for the service member. However, if you live 300 miles away from a military treatment facility, are you going to drive that 300 miles for the doctor's appointment? I guess if you have to, you will, right? But what are your options? TRICARE offers the nurse advice line 24/7. You can call that nurse advice line. You sprained your ankle or whatever happened and you think you need to see a doctor, call that nurse advice line. They'll go through the intake over the phone with you. I pulled up the phone number because it's not on my slide deck here, but I left it in my cell phone. So just Google TRICARE nurse advice line. If that nurse consult determines that you should be seen at a civilian doctor near you, they give you the authorization and they put that in the system and you're cleared to do that. Okay? So you don't have to drive those 300 miles to the MTF to see that doctor, but you do have to get that authorization from the nurse advice line before you do it. Yes, question in the back.
Our dependent is in another component of the Army and is not deploying. Do they also have to go to a military installation?
Okay, so when we speak about the question for those in Post Falls is that if the dependent is in another component of the military and is not deploying, do they also have to go to the military treatment facility? Did I get that right? Okay, so the dependent coverage in this particular scenario, we're going to discuss dependent as a dependent whether they're military or not. Now, does your military dependent have their own military insurance or are they covered under you? Okay, so for all purposes of this briefing, we're going to discuss your dependent simultaneously with a civilian dependent. Okay, so and we'll get to that section when we talk about family members. Okay, great question. Okay, so the nurse advice line. So if you need to see a civilian provider and it's not feasible for you to go to a military treatment facility, you're going to call that nurse advice line, have that consult, and they can give you the authorization. Okay? No questions on that. Okay. You can go under your TRICARE Prime coverage. Accidents happen. If you have to go to the ER, that is absolutely acceptable. Urgent care, you're not allowed to go to urgent care to be covered under the Prime system in a civilian sector. ER, you can. Okay? Make sure we're clear on that. Specialty care, again, so one scenario we have is a service member has been receiving physical therapy for I don't know, some body part. And now she has shifted over to early eligibility. She's now in the TRICARE Prime system. She lives in a location that is not near a military treatment facility, nor is it convenient for her to have those appointments there. She's already established with her physical therapist in the civilian sector. How can she continue coverage that way? She can. She absolutely can, but she has to, just as everything else that applies into the TRICARE Prime program, you have to receive a referral from your primary care manager. So if you're assigned a doctor who you've never met at Fairchild Air Force Base now, because now you're covered under early eligibility under Prime, and you want to continue to see your physical therapist or your ear, nose, and throat doctor or whoever it is that you're seeing under specialty care, you can, but you first must call your currently assigned doctor, whom you've probably never met, explain your scenario, and request that they initiate that referral and potentially even a prior authorization process. Okay? So it's important. I know I sound like I'm trying to reiterate a lot of this stuff, but I'm doing that because these are the things that we see at our desks with the bills. I went to the physical therapist. I've been going. Why isn't it covered now? Did you call your PCM and get that referral? Okay. Okay, so now under the family members. So just so we're clear, going back to service members, what programs under the TRICARE umbrella are the service members available to use or eligible to use? There's only one program. Which program is it? Prime. Okay. Okay. Yes. No, please don't apologize.
So I'm on ADOS orders, and so I had TRICARE Prime remote before. Has it changed to TRICARE Prime?
Yes. Yes. So the question being that the service member was on ADOS orders and now is covered under early eligibility for this mobilization, separate from your ADOS orders, correct? And so is she still eligible for Prime Remote, which is what she was covered under during ADOS orders? while she's under early eligibility? And the answer is no. She's not covered under Prime Remote because under early eligibility, Prime Remote is not an option for the service member. Okay? Okay, great question. Thank you. All right, family members. Family members get all the choices. We've got Prime, we've got Select, we've got Young Adult Program. We also have Prime Remote as a family member. So depending on where you're located, what your home of record in the system is will determine which program your family member is enrolled into. Your family should I say should because in a perfect world everybody would, but we always have those one-offs, right? So check your Mill Connect. Your family should automatically be enrolled in Prime if you're in a Prime service area, or Prime Remote if you're in a remote location, in a Prime Remote location. If you would like your family member to be enrolled in Select, you have that option to do so, but that requires action on your part, okay? And we'll get into the differences of those programs as we go along in this presentation. Okay. Okay, family members, we said Prime Remote is an option. So for those of you that I saw a lot of hands raised when General Garshak asked if this is your first deployment. So many of you may not have experienced what TRICARE Prime or Prime Remote looks like before. Prime Remote is the active duty insurance, same as TRICARE Prime. Prime Remote allows you to see a civilian provider if you live outside of a 50-mile radius from the nearest military treatment facility. The caveat to that is it's an encapsulation area that's dictated by the MTF. So if they decide that their caseload supports seeing more people than what they currently have, they may extend that radius. So TRICARE, the proper verbiage we use with TRICARE is if it exceeds a 1-hour drive time. Where I'm located in Post Falls, we're at like 49 miles. But to drive out to Fairchild for an appointment, shoot, you've got at least an hour drive time, maybe more with the traffic. You've got your appointment, and then your drive back, it could easily go over 3 hours of your day just for a routine appointment, right? So these are things that we can discuss. But so for family members that live outside of that 50 miles or exceeds a 1-hour drive time, you're available to have the same Prime coverage, but through a civilian provider. So Guard and Reserve, yeah. So they will go through this plan finder. If you are in an area where they automatically put you in Prime and you would rather be in Prime Remote, again, please feel free and contact one of our team members and we can assist with putting forth that appeal to TRICARE, but you should automatically be enrolled into that remote program if you are eligible. Kicker also is that at the very last bullet there, I apologize, spouses. All of these acronyms are so confusing and it's not going to get any better throughout the course of the day. Don't ever hesitate to ask. I still get them all confused, okay? So TRICARE Prime Remote for active duty family members is what that acronym says at the bottom. In order to be eligible for Prime Remote, in addition to the residence requirement, you also have to be living at your service member's home of record. So if you have children, so service members, if you have children who you had with a previous wife who you're no longer married to, and if your children's home of record in Deers is with their other parent, they will not be eligible for Prime Remote. They would be eligible for Select. If their residence in Deers, as it's reflected in Deers, right? If their residence in Deers is the same as your home of record, then they are eligible for this coverage. Okay? That's important. TRICARE created these two beneficiary categories a few years back. It's not super important, but when it comes down to costs, depending on which Group A or Group B you're in, the cost may vary a little bit. So if you enlisted, your initial enlistment was prior to January 1st of 2018, then you're in Group A. If it was after January 1st of 2018, then you're in Group B. Okay, so Prime coverage. It's comprehensive health care. You're assigned to a network provider. Basically, that's your Mother May I scenario, right? Your PCM, everything must go through that doctor. To go to specialty care, you have to ask that doctor. To go do anything, you have to ask that doctor. If you go to the ER because it's the weekend and your doctor's office isn't open and you had an emergency, on Monday morning, you need to call your PCM. You need to call that doctor and let them know, okay? Your PCM is the one that coordinates that care. The costs for active duty service members and family members, there are no enrollment fees. It's a free coverage. Did you have a question, ma'am?
Do we have to contact the PCM for like every appointment? Or are we able to set it up like if we have a specific doctor that we go to that we're like eligible to like get care from, can we set it up to where any appointment we have with them is like acceptable?
So the question being, do you have to notify your PC or contact your PCM prior to every appointment? Is that correct? Okay. So, and with you, you're the family member, is that correct? Okay. So I'm going to say it depends. Depending on which coverage that you're going to, as the family member, elect to have. And you'll see we're going to get into a little bit more on what TRICARE Select offers in addition to TRICARE Prime. But for all things TRICARE Prime related, if you have an appointment scheduled with your PCM, you don't have to call them ahead of time to maintain that appointment with the PCM. They know you're coming in, right? But if you're going to go anywhere else, you have to go through the PCM to get authorization to do so. Or not authorization, a referral. Okay, it has to go, everything has to be done through a PCM. So if you have a traditional family doctor, this is one I use a lot because it's a common scenario. If you have a traditional family doctor you go to, and then what happened to me is 2 weeks into a deployment to my husband at the time, I found out I was pregnant. So I wanted to go to an OB, right? That's separate than my PCM. So I have to go to my PCM and get a referral to my OB for care, ongoing care as it related to my pregnancy. Okay? Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so you would have to do that for every appointment you have, even if it's like regular like checkups?
With the, like, so if it was with the OB, for instance. So no, as long as I receive that referral from my PCM to the OB for all things related to my pregnancy, then and TRICARE has given me the authorization to do that, then all my appointments with the OB are fine. I don't have to call my PCM with every individual appointment. Okay? Great question. Thank you. Sure.
My family lives here in Boise, and my son has to see a neurologist here in Boise. So Mountain Home Air Force Base is over an hour away from here. My son, I won't have to call PCM to clear an appointment with the neurologist, right?
Okay, so again, it's going to depend on, because your son is your dependent, it's a little different for the dependents than it is for the sponsor. It's going to depend on which coverage you elect to have for your son, whether it be TRICARE Select or TRICARE Prime. And then in the Boise area, you said it exceeds a 1 hour drive time. Is this considered a prime remote service area? Does anybody know? Yes. Okay. So if that neurologist, the neurologist is specialty care. If you're going to choose to have TRICARE Prime remote coverage for your son, they're going to be assigned to whoever their family doctor is, whoever you choose to have as their primary doctor. And then in order to continue care at the neurologist, the specialty care, you need to contact, even in the Prime remote system, you need to contact that PCM and request a referral to that neurologist, even though he's already been seeing the neurologist, but for future ongoing care since you're restarting on this insurance. Okay? Awesome. Great questions. Okay. So no enrollment fees, no deductibles, no cost shares. Really, the TRICARE Prime option gives you an opportunity to save some money when it comes to this. You're more restricted in terms of freedom of self-managed care. You don't just get to go to whichever doctor you want to whenever you want to, right? You have to abide by the rules, go to the PCM, get those referrals, so on and so forth. But you save money. You save some money doing so. Pharmacy co-payments still apply when you go to retail pharmacies. you have a couple different options for pharmacy coverage. I think that's one of the later on slides we'll go through. And then a catastrophic cap per family for covered medical services. We'll go into more on catastrophic cap in a second. U.S. Family Health Plan is another option. It doesn't pertain to this area. This slide does not. I know U.S. Family Health Plan recently extended to the northern Idaho, the panhandle portion, but that is an option as well. It's just another version of TRICARE Prime. Okay, TRICARE Select. Again, the service member, are you eligible for TRICARE Select? No. Good job. Thank you. TRICARE Select, family members have this option. Does it require any action on your part to enroll your families into TRICARE Select? Yes, because they're automatically enrolled into either Prime or Prime Remote, correct? Yes. So TRICARE Select, though, this one is the one that you have freedom to choose whoever you want to. Anybody in here previously have TRICARE Reserve Select as an M-Day soldier paying your monthly premium? It's the same plan minus the premium. You can go to any doctor you want that accepts TRICARE, preferably a network provider to save you some money. You don't have to get those prior authorizations, those referrals in the majority of your cases. You can decide you don't like one doctor and just go to the next. It doesn't matter. You can go to your ENT or ear, nose, and throat doctor and your family doctor in one same week without having to do any additional work on your part. Referrals aren't required. Yearly deductible, no, forget about that part. Enrollment is required. Some require the pre-authorizations. Getting care. So how do you find a doctor? This is a question I get all the time. How can I tell if my doctor is in the TRICARE network? You can ask your doctor. That's one option. Or if I don't have a doctor, how do I find one? How do I know who is available? You can go to this tricare.mil, find a provider website. There's a provider directory, and it'll list all the providers in the area who accept TRICARE. Okay, the costs associated for active duty family members under TRICARE Select. There's no enrollment fees. Again, now that you're active duty, you have no premiums associated with any of your insurance coverages, medical insurance coverages. So where it talks about deductibles, for any of you all in this room, National Guard and Reserve family members of sponsors who are called or ordered to active duty for more than 30 days, the deductible is waived. Okay? Cost shares and copayment. So depending on remember when we talked about Group A or Group B? Depending on which category you fall into would determine what your office visit copay might look like, or those different copays. So your catastrophic cap, I don't recall what that catastrophic cap total is at this time. I think it's like $1,300, but don't quote me on that. We can find that on the website. But what a catastrophic cap means is that, like, hey, say you're having just the worst possible year and you're in the hospital all year long. Your family's just between the kids in and out, whatever's going on. And you are constantly paying all these cost shares, co-payments, whatever, going to the doctor. In a year's time for your whole family, so that's like all 12 kids plus your spouse, whoever, that you're paying all these different cost shares for, once you reach a cumulative total of that catastrophic cap, you don't have to pay any more out of pocket. TRICARE will pick up the rest. I'm the third person to do that now. TRICARE will pick up the remainder of your any of your copays that you would normally have once you reach that catastrophic cap. So just have that as a peace of mind, and knowing that, heaven forbid, you just have a horrible year, crazy accidents happen, we've all been there, that you would not be still financially bankrupt due to medical reasons, because TRICARE's got your back on this one. Okay? Okay, Prime and Select enrollment. How do you enroll? So if your family's automatically covered under Prime and you're like, hey, that's just too much I really would rather have them covered under Select so I don't have to go jumping through all the hoops of the PCM referrals, authorizations, all of that. I want to enroll them in Select. How do you do that? MilConnect seems to be the buzzword for the morning, right? All things TRICARE related, MilConnect. You can change your coverage in MilConnect. What's not reflected on this slide is that you have a 90-day window from a QLE to make changes to providers or make changes to to the plan that you're covered under. So when you started your early eligibility, you have 90 days from that initial start date to make any changes. You can ride one out for a little bit, see if you like it. If it's not for you, then you can change over. If you decide you don't like it, but you're outside of that 90-day window, hey, August is coming up and you're going to hit that activation status. That's considered another QLE because your status has changed. So then 90 days from the time that you guys MOB, you'll have another option. You'll have that 90-day window to make changes to your enrollment. Okay? Outside of that, you won't be able to change. Okay? You can also call TRICARE by phone. I think the phone number is like 844 TRICARE. But that one, again, either we can help you get that information or you can Google it. TRICARE Plus, I'm not going to go into that one. TRICARE Young Adult, I just want to briefly take a minute to touch base on this one because I recently found out that some of our service members aren't aware that this one exists. So if you have older child dependents, like, hey, how long can we cover them under TRICARE, under our medical coverage? Like, for them to get their own medical coverage, it can be expensive. So you can cover them under your TRICARE insurance up to age 21. If they are enrolled in college, you can actually, full-time, you can enroll them up to age 23. You do, however, have to have a verification of enrollment from the registrar's office on the college letterhead that you are responsible for furnishing to DEERS in order for them to reflect eligible in DEERS for that TRICARE coverage, okay? So if they're at age 21 and 1 month and you haven't done that and they're enrolled full-time in college, that is on you. You need to get that done if you want them to continue being covered. No premiums, no any extra cost, right? They're just still reflected as same as your 5-year-old would be until age 23. Now, outside of age 23, they're no longer eligible to be covered under your plan. But DOD has offered up this TRICARE Young Adult program, which affords them an opportunity to continue healthcare coverage, but there is a premium associated with it. And there's 2 different premiums. It's either TRICARE Young Adult Select or Prime. One is like $231 a month premium, and the other is like $500 some a month. So that one, I'll leave it up to you to go to that website. You can do cost comparisons, but I just want you to be aware that it does exist as an additional option for your older children. Okay? Other important information. Okay. Sorry. My son's at a soccer tournament and he wants to call me. This is the order of priority if you're going to receive care at an MTF. If you go to Mountain Home or Fairchild, if you're going to call and make those appointments. They just want you to see the order of priority for receiving care. Pharmacy options. I told you had a couple different options. So your pharmacy coverage is not a separate coverage in a sense that you have to do a separate enrollment or have a separate premium or anything to pay for. It's covered under your medical coverage. It's provided under your medical coverage. However, the contract holder for that is Express Scripts. So if you go into a pharmacy, you can tell them that you have TRICARE. Who knows what your coverage card looks like? If you're going to get pharmacy services, you're going to go to the pharmacy and you say, I have TRICARE. They want your insurance card. What do you do? Are you guys sleeping? Do I have you stumped? No. It's your military ID. Okay? And some of our kiddos don't have military IDs yet because they're not old enough, right? So if you look at your military ID, there is a benefits number. And the sponsors, I'm going to put money on it. The sponsors benefits number is followed by a -00. And then the spouse's benefits number is the same thing, followed by a -01. And then your next older child is at 02, 03, so on and so forth. So if your children don't have an ID card yet and you don't know what that benefits number is and they're with the ex-wife and you don't want to give them your social security number or whatever, just know that that is the order of what the benefits number would be. Okay? You can receive medications at a military pharmacy, so at that military treatment facility. You can usually get 90-day supply at that. TRICARE also offers a home delivery option, which is pretty cool, especially for some of those maintenance medications. One that I use quite frequently, for example, because it's a common medication, is birth control. And if you plan on taking it consistently, you can get a 90-day supply at a time for a 1-month copay. And they auto refill it for you. So you don't have to worry about, oh, shoot, I forgot to call in my prescription refill. They automatically send it to you prior to running out. Okay? Retail network pharmacy. Make sure you know which pharmacies are retail and which one are not. I believe Walmart or Walgreens is no longer retail in the TRICARE network. If you go to a non-network pharmacy, chances are you're going to have to pay cash, full price cash for the prescription, and then you personally can resubmit the claim to TRICARE to request a partial reimbursement. Okay, dental. For those of you in Post Falls, you've heard me say this over and over and over again. Dental, I get so many service members come to my office because they didn't follow the rules, unfortunately, because I've spoken to them and I've lulled them into sleep and they didn't pay attention to what I was saying. Active duty, ADDP, okay? I'm going to refer to it as ADDP, Active Duty Dental Program. The service member, again, we're going to talk about service members only, not family members. You're covered under ADDP. It's automatic. Even under early eligibility, you're covered under ADDP. You can go to a military treatment facility to get your dental services. You can also go see a civilian provider for dental care. Here's the kicker. You have to receive that appointment control number prior to going to the dentist. Basically, that mother may I scenario again, always, always, always go to the website or call that phone number to say, I need to go to the dentist. I need an ACN number to cover my appointment. If they give you that ACN number, that ensures that your appointment is covered. If you go to the dentist for a cleaning and you have an ACN number for a cleaning, and while you're there, the dentist decides that you need to do a filling while you're in the chair, you need to get an ACN number to ensure that's going to be covered because your original ACN number was only for the cleaning. Okay? Please don't go to the dentist. Please don't make your appointments or anything without first receiving that ACN number. It's going to save you, me, everybody a whole lot of headache and stress. Okay? Thank you. Any questions on that? This is for service member only. Okay. So if you come to me with a bill and I asked if you received it and you said you didn't get your ACN number, you're going to go like this, and I'm going to smack your hand. No, just get on with it. Okay. TRICARE Dental Program is the one that's available for our family members. So if you were previously paying for your family members and yourselves under MDay status to have insurance, it's the same insurance for your family members, the only kicker being that you get to pay reduced premiums. So you get to save some money. They're going to charge you at the active duty rates. So less cost for the same coverage. Nothing else changes for the family member. Go to any dentist you want. Don't have to receive an ACN number. Just make sure that they take TRICARE. Okay? When you come back, you'll have to re-enroll into TRICARE, and it will be at the higher reserve rates. Just keep that in mind. Okay, they included in here, this is the stuff that we don't like to talk about, but the survivor benefits, this is a deployment. They just show a timeline there. In the unfortunate event something happens and the sponsor dies, then we talk about what that medical coverage and dental coverage looks like for the survivors. Okay. And then TRICARE meets all requirements under the minimum essential coverage for the ACA. Okay? They have this listed for additional contacts. Like, I can't advocate enough for our team across the state. We're all over the place. We are the ones that help you. We are the ones that work with the regional office. Like, if you have questions regarding your TRICARE stuff, please do not hesitate to call any one of our team members, the specialists across the state. Again, you'll have that information at, somebody was taking pictures, sorry. You'll have the contact information for all the specialists in one of the future briefings today. Okay? Any last questions? TRICARE is so boring and it's so frustrating, but it's so important. And it's probably that and finance are the top two issues that come across our desks daily. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, so, I've been on TRICARE for like, close to 20 years, I'm already confused a little bit, so. So here's what so who's local? Is everybody local? The family members local right now, mostly like wives, husbands, somebody that's eligible for TRICARE? Is there anybody that's not local? Where you live? Arco. Okay, so you're outside, so there's not a medical treatment facility, so if you're to stage these, like, what do you wanna be on? Prime Remote, Prime, TRICARE Select? You wanna be on Prime Remote, that's right?
For the
That's the
service
easiest.
members are not eligible for Prime Remote under early eligibility.
Until, service members are not until ever?
And then they're gonna deploy. Like, when
Well,
they're home,
family members though,
family members are eligible for Prime Remote, yes.
right now?
Mhm.
Okay, so you wanna be on Prime Remote, and here's what Prime Remote is. It means if you're in the Boise Valley area, if you're in the Treasure Valley area, I'm on Prime Remote. And so when they say primary care manager, you have to contact that. It's really just going and finding a doctor, and there's like the urgent care, you gotta find a doctor that's part of the network. And you find that one doctor, and then you go to them, and it's very simple after that. Like, I go to a doctor that's in urgent care, and it's Dr. Cheney, he's in the network, and he just said, I go see him, I said, I got this, he goes, I can't fix you, go to this guy. He refers me, and it's all done through Prime Remote. It's very simple. So your goal, I think, for the most part, is to get your family members on Prime Remote. Covers your kids, covers your wife, your husband, whatever the case may be. But that's what I would be looking for if I was you. And then if you can't do that, TRICARE Select is okay. It's not as good though, right?
Depending on what I always tell people, sir, is that depending on what your needs are, TRICARE Select allows you that freedom of coverage. You don't have the headache of going through. It's not too much of a headache, but for some it's just more of a pain than it's worth if they don't plan on going to the doctor often. So TRICARE Select, you can go to whoever, whenever. It is an option. You just have a little bit more out of pocket. But yes, absolutely. I did forget one thing. I'm so sorry. Any technicians in the room? Okay, so you were previously covered under FEHB, right? Blue Cross Blue Shield. Your state is amazing, and so under USERRA, so previously you had the option to terminate that coverage, so you weren't having to pay for it. Well, they are allowing you to maintain your FEHB coverage, and they are paying your premiums for you. So you'll be dual covered throughout the deployment should you want to do so. You can maintain your Blue Cross Blue Shield, and then you have TRICARE because it's just by default you're an active duty service member. So when you go to the doctor, you will always bill your Blue Cross Blue Shield as your primary. I'm sorry, they probably can't hear me. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna repeat that. I'm so sorry. That's my people too. I'm so sorry. Okay, so technicians, if you are covered under FEHB, Blue Cross Blue Shield, the state is allowing you to maintain that FEHB coverage without having to pay the monthly premiums for it. Previously, if you had the option to maintain your coverage, you would still have to pay for it, right? And it's a pretty penny to have that insurance. Now, while you're deployed, the state covers your portion of the premium in your FEHB, and you have dual coverage. So your Blue Cross Blue Shield is your primary insurance, and TRICARE is secondary. So anytime you go to the doctor, you're going to give them your Blue Cross Blue Shield as your first insurance that they bill, and whatever they don't cover, they bill to TRICARE. Okay? Yes?
And that covers our dependents as well on that FEHB plan?
The question being, does the FEHB extend to the family members? Yes. Anyone else? Yeah, a question?
Am I correct in assuming that we have to go to MillConnect to find our primary care manager?
The question being, do you have to go to MillConnect to locate who your assigned PCM is? That would be a great place to start, yes. And you can change it if you want to change it to a different one. Next question?
And the dual coverage is the same for spouses. Like, I have my own coverage, but it's the same thing where they'll bill my primary first and then TRICARE second.
Correct. The question being, a spouse has other form of medical insurance through civilian sector employment or something. They're also, the spouse is dual covered. If they're maintaining, you do have the option to waive that coverage because that is considered a QLE by all standards for your civilian sector. So if you're paying for it and you want to save that money, this gives you the option to waive that coverage without having to wait for open season. But if you decide to keep it, yes, your civilian sector insurance is your primary, TRICARE is your secondary. Another question in the back?
So, are we automatically assigned a PCM?
Question being, are you automatically assigned a PCM? Should be. There are certain instances when you log into your MillConnect, it'll say you're covered under TRICARE Prime, no PCM assigned.
I was looking at that on Friday, and that's what mine said.
Okay, so I hesitate to bring this up, but because it's going to create more confusion, but I'm going for it. So he says TRICARE in MillConnect says TRICARE Prime, no PCM assigned. According to TRICARE, if that is you, you're a golden ticket holder and you can go to any TRICARE authorized network provider, civilian or military treatment facility. Do not go and assign yourself a PCM or anything. It's according to TRICARE. I get apprehensive on that because of what, the possibilities, but that's the one. Okay? Yes. Yeah.
So, for the service member, once we're deployed, if we want dental work, we still need the ACN number, just to reconfirm.
So the service member, question being, a service member is deployed and then needs dental work while deployed. No, you don't need an ACN because you are going to receive that at whatever installation you're at. Okay?
And then for family dental, are we automatically enrolled into dental, or do we have to enroll family into dental?
Okay, so family dental coverage under TDP, are you automatically enrolled, or is that enrollment a required step on your part? It is a required step on your part. Caveat, if you were previously enrolled in TRICARE dental program prior to this, it's automatic. Okay? If you weren't, that enrollment is required.
And then, do families need an ACN?
No, families do not need an ACN because ADDP requires ACN, TDP, all these acronyms. TRICARE dental program does not require an ACN. Go to any dentist that accepts TRICARE. United Concordia is the contract holder for TRICARE dental. Great questions. Oh, thank you.
As a technician, we have the dual insurances.
Yes.
Do we need to get a referral from the PCM if we're using our primary Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Great question. So the question being, as a technician, you have coverage under FEHB and TRICARE. So you're dual covered and you want to go receive care and you need to know if you need an authorization for care. So this is a scenario, again, I'm going to refer to the family member, okay? This is a scenario where you decide whether or not you want that prime or that select coverage. Select you do not. Prime you do. Okay, select, you have that freedom to go to whoever you want as long as they take TRICARE. So just ensure that that doctor bills Blue Cross Blue Shield first, and then they accept TRICARE and bills TRICARE secondary, right? If you're going to use TRICARE Prime, then you do need to have that authorization. However, if your PCM is the one that you're going to, I guess all these one-off scenarios, right? So if your PCM accepts Blue Cross Blue Shield and TRICARE Prime, you're going to your PCM, that's fine. You don't need any type of authorization to bill the other insurance first. TRICARE will always require you. The only scenario where TRICARE acts as a primary insurance and another insurance is secondary is with Idaho Medicaid or with any Medicaid. So Medicaid will always be the secondary. Other than that, TRICARE will always act as the secondary insurance. Okay? Yes. Yeah. Does TRICARE offer vision insurance? So for the sponsor, you're considered an active duty service member, and the powers that be, view it that you have access to vision through the military. You have access to your fancy military glasses, right? You have vision through the military. Your family members have the option to purchase vision insurance through FEDVIP, the Federal Employee Vision, Dental and Vision Insurance Program, something like that. Kicker being, that one, you have to wait till open season. That one has been available. I hope that you're receiving annual briefings on those as well, but that one has been available to you. It's not a TRICARE program. You go through that Benefeds website, and there's like 12 different vision plans for you to shop through based off of what's best for you. And that one would offer coverage for those contacts, lenses, frames, all those things through your traditional medical TRICARE insurance, not the vision insurance that you elect to pay into additional premiums. Traditional medical insurance, you are allowed to go and receive get an exam, but they don't cover contacts, lenses, or frames. Okay, so if it's for somebody like me, I wear glasses. I should wear them more than I do. And I'm too big of a baby to wear contacts, right? So it's not worth it for me to pay $12 a month in vision insurance for myself when I can just go down to Costco or Walmart and pay a one-time exam fee, and then I order cheap glasses online. Do a one-time thing. But if you've got kids, or if you change your contacts out every day, it's a different scenario. So whatever's best for you. Yeah.
So being a federal technician and being dual covered, you said that we can use our VetTech insurance as a primary and TRICARE as a secondary. So if I go to my regular doctor, do I have to first verify to make sure they cover TRICARE so they can cover with both insurances?
Great question. Yes. So question being, for those not here, if you're dual covered as a technician under FEHB and TRICARE, and you go to the doctor that you've normally been going to and using your Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage, would it be within your best interest to ensure that doctor also accepts TRICARE? Yes. You can go to that doctor, still bill your Blue Cross Blue Shield. If they don't take TRICARE, then you just bill the one insurance like you've been doing this whole time. TRICARE just won't act as that secondary. So in order for the PCM, the question being, what do you need to do to ensure the PCM is in place for coverage, to ensure coverage under the TRICARE portion? If you're going to go to a doctor and you're going to use both insurances and you're going to elect to be covered under TRICARE Prime, Remote, or Prime for the family member, right? Yes, that doctor needs to be your assigned PCM in order for you to use both. You might not even want to use your Blue Cross Blue Shield if you're going to go that route, because there's no out-of-pocket costs for your TRICARE Prime anyway, right? But if you do have the dual coverage, then yes, you need to bill Blue Cross Blue Shield first and then your Prime coverage after. Okay? And then if you need to go somewhere else, again, you contact Blue Cross Blue Shield. I don't think has that restriction where you have to get those referrals and stuff. I don't know. But yes, again, if you're going to use your TRICARE, you do need to get that prior authorization and referral. Okay? Awesome. Great questions. Okay, I went way over time. So sorry.
Okay, everyone stand up and stretch. I know, it's tiring. Don't worry. We got 3 different kinds of Starbucks coffee in the back, so don't all rush, because we're still going to be doing a class. Please be considerate to Jennifer. Financial is one of the most important pieces. This is not a break, so it's just an up and a down. Get the coffee if you need it. We will release you when she's done, but please give her the respect. Pay attention. I can promise you my husband is deployed right now, and when you're going through these briefs and having to wait 14 hours to have a response when you're sitting in line waiting for an exam, you realize how important these classes are. So trust me when I say, take notes. Yeah, I don't control it yet, but shut this one? Okay.
All right, guys, the line for coffee is long, and I want you to stay in it. I've had my 2 cups today, but I am going to go ahead and start. My name is Jennifer Wood. I am the personal financial counselor for Southern Idaho. Tricia Thompson is a financial counselor that works with Cassandra up north in Post Falls, and we are so happy to be here with you today to talk about financial readiness and deployment. So I know we just got through a lot of information on healthcare. My takeaway on that with finances is cha-ching. If you're not paying for that premium every month, I hope you have thought, what are we going to do with it? So let's say it's $600 a month. That's not unusual for family health care. Have you thought about where you're going to plug that money in during the deployment time? We're going to talk today about financial planning in general. Everything I say is not only for the military member, it's for you civilians, it's for your children. All of these are broad topics, and some are military specific, but a lot of them are just for everybody. All right, here we go. Financial planning. How many of you on this deployment will make more money as an active duty military member than you do as a civilian? How many? Okay. How many of you will make less money? Okay. That happens. But for either scenario, whether you are a more or a less, I want you to be able to, before the deployment, tell me, what are your goals for the money? This is an interactive briefing, so what are you going to do with the money? Can't hear you. Louder.
Go to Mexico.
We're going to go on a vacation. We're going to buy a car.
Pay off debt.
Pay off debt. What else? Save it. We're getting out of Idaho. Okay. How about saving for a down payment on a house? Right? You know, in about 10 years, I think that you'll have enough for that here in Idaho. Okay. Goals should be SMART. So what's that mean? That means, what's our goal? We're going to Mexico. Let's everybody in this room go to Mexico. We're going with you and your family. 1, how much is it going to cost? Which one first? Is there an order of precedence? In financial planning, how do you know what to do with your money first? I'm here for that. I love financial planning. I've had many people who are already on rotation right now or who are going in who say, hey, I just want you to see where I am today and help me make those SMART goals. And maybe identify money I didn't even know was going to be coming in. All right, we talked about that. We don't need to talk about Sergeant Sanders because we're all going to Mexico with this guy. All right, how many of you in here have a spending plan? You're like, I don't know. I see what I have and I spend it. Okay. This goes back to being smart. When you go to get a college education, one of the things that the administration does for you is they give you a list. They say, when you're a freshman, you're going to do this, this, and this. And by the time you reach your 3rd, 4th, or 5th year, they give you a degree because you have followed a plan. Same exact thing with financial. If you don't plan your money, I promise you, you will look back after this deployment and say, where did it go? If you are in this room and you are living paycheck to paycheck, there is a high degree of probability that you will not have any money after this deployment. If you don't plan to save, at the end of the month, you're going to look back and say, where'd it go? I've been there. I've had that happen. I thought we'd have an additional $1,000 this month. Where'd it go? I don't know. Okay. I want you to develop a spending plan. There's a lot of good apps that are out there that are free. Mint, M-I-N-T, is out there. But the best spending plan is where you tell every dollar how it's going to work for you before you even earn it. Right now, just yesterday, I printed out my July spending plan, and I showed it to my husband, and I said, this is what's happening in July. Do we need to make any changes? So I know what the income is, and I know and have told every penny where it's going to work for us next month. And he may come back and say, you know, Jen, I need 4 tires on the truck. Okay, then I go back in and say, in July, we need, how much are tires? $1,000 for 4 truck tires. So I have to readjust a few things. $2,000. I can promise you I will not let him spend $2,000 on truck tires. But I hear what you're saying. So anyway, have a plan. Have a spending plan. I use a simple Excel spreadsheet. Be as complicated or as simple as you want. But what are you doing with the money? For those of us that will be making more money, of course, you're going to have some combat zone tax exclusion. What in the world is that? No taxes. Uncle Sam says if you are in a combat zone tax exclusion area, you do not pay federal taxes. If you are in the 20% tax bracket, you earn $1,000 a month. How much that month will you save by not paying federal taxes? $200. That's right. What's going to happen on your LES, because you will be paid the 1st and you will have half distribution on the 15th, is they're going to take out all your taxes on the 1st that you owe on that income. And on the 15th, they're going to give them back to you if you are in a combat zone tax exclusion site. Second, hostile fire pay, family separation pay. Out of all of the pay that you receive, what is taxable? It's only one: base pay. Your base pay is taxable. The amount that you receive for housing, which we call BAH, sustenance, BAS, if you receive that, not taxable. Yes, ma'am. Right, excellent question. So the question is, for filing taxes, is there a form you need once that you have all these different pays? Nope. You're going to receive a W-2 for the year you worked, 2022. And it will have some special codes that you will put into the mill tax or turbo tax, just like you do. And it's all taken care of. Nothing you have to do. Okay. I want you to take out your phone. I want you to take a picture of this slide. This is myarmybenefits.us.army.mil. This is the site. When you put in your specifics, it will give you a pretty good estimate of what your monthly pay will look like, so that you can create that accurate spending plan and set those financial goals. So myarmybenefits.us.army.mil /custom/deployment/input. Okay? Okay, we talked a little bit about taxes. This is a question I have fielded recently, and it is, where can my spouse go in the United States so I can get the most BAH? So let me give you the example, and it was to California. I want to send my wife to LA because they rake in the BAH. So when I'm deployed, if she lives there, we will receive more. She'll go to school. Everything's good. So I called HR and I said, what's going on here? And the response was, the zip code on the day they cut your orders in April is the zip code that you will receive your BAH pay. If you sent your wife away 6 months before deployment, changed things in your MyPay, the whole kit and caboodle, then maybe you have a shot. But otherwise, it is where your home of record was when they cut your orders. All right, quickly, let's talk about insurance. Life insurance. You have one of the best term life insurances that are out there. What's it called? What's the acronym for your life insurance? SGLI, Service Members Group Life Insurance. Exactly. You pay per $1,000 of coverage 7 cents. That's almost nothing. Do you pick pennies up off the ground anymore? Probably not. 7 cents per $1,000 of coverage. So my question is, do you have the full 4? You are entitled to up to $400,000 of coverage. I have found from doing this for many, many years, in basic training, our young service members don't really value life insurance at 18, 17, 18, 19 years old. All they see is, you know what, that's going to cost me $28 a month, and that could be, you know, like a Monster drink. So I'm actually not going to have $400,000 in coverage. I'm going to lower it to the minimum of $50,000. Is that you? Have you lowered your life insurance and you do not have the full 4? The next question I receive is, why do I need $400,000 in life insurance? Because it's 7 cents $1,000, okay? 28 bucks. If you have a spouse, if you have children, you need the full 4. How do you know if you have it? MilConnect. MilConnect. It's the word for the day. Make sure, put your eyes on it, that you have the full 4. Then I hear this, but I'm single. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. Just have a mom and a dad. Why do I need the full 4? What's my answer? Because it's 7 cents $1,000. Pay your $28. In estate planning, I have never talked with a family who said, you know what? This is way too much life insurance. We don't need it all. Okay, ma'am.
We have the full 400,000 plus the full on me, plus we have the additional life insurance policies you can get through the state.
Brilliant.
Plus another life
Okay.
insurance policy through his work.
Yes.
So we're covered.
Yes.
But a lot of people know about that stuff.
Exactly. Okay. So the conversation here is not only having SGLI, but covered through state, maybe through private insurance, through work, federal, family coverage. That is part of life insurance planning, right? So just because you have $400,000, let's say you're 18 years old, you have 2 kids and a wife, $400,000 may not be enough. That's where you make an appointment with me. We'll talk about life insurance planning, cost per $1,000, and how much, in the event that something happened, would you need today to invest long-term to cover your family. That goes back to the goals of what do you need life insurance for, right? We insure what we cannot afford. Think about that. Insurance is for things we can't afford. We insure our car because we don't have another $32,000 in the bank to replace it. I insure your life because in the event that you are gone, I need your wages, your earning career to cover the family for their life. Unless you're independently wealthy, that has to come from somewhere. Okay. One of the neat things here, number 2, SGLI, beneficiary. Who is listed as a beneficiary on your life insurance policy? If you went to basic training, you set that up, you have the full 4, you're like, high five, great job. However, now you're married. Okay, it needs to be your spouse. Or maybe you're divorced. Is it your ex-wife? Okay, I have seen that happen. It is so ugly to have the new wife and the ex-wife who are, you know, like we have this wife, and now we have $400,000. It is a cat fight. Okay, we don't want that. We want the proper beneficiary to receive the funds that you want them to receive. Talked about TRICARE, brilliant, brilliant. Making that phone call and saying, hey, do you accept TRICARE Prime? Are you accepting new TRICARE Prime patients? They might say yes, they might say no. Why might they say no? Let's think about it financially. TRICARE Prime lowballs. That means they pay X amount for every procedure. We call it lowballing. Think of it as like Medicare, Medicaid, but it's higher than that, but not much. In a practice, in a healthcare practice, they can only afford to have so many lowballs, and then we need some Blue Cross Blue Shield, we need some out-of-pocket in order to meet the bills. So once they have X amount of TRICARE patients enrolled, they may not take any more. That's okay. You just call the next care provider. All righty. Life insurance needs. What to think about, what to consider. It's right here. In the event you die, and this is civilians, military, me, you, everybody. What do you need? Well, I want to pay off all the credit cards. Okay, $15,000, credit cards are paid off. I want to pay off the house for my family. $200,000 mortgage remaining, that's paid off. I want to put my children through school. Okay, who knows how much that's going to be, but let's say $100,000 for each kid. If they're little today, that's not unrealistic. Okay, so now we're over $400,000. And then my family needs income because I want my spouse to stay home with the children for 15 years without working. Okay, that's a goal. How much do we need today to make that happen? How to change your SGLI up to the full 4. And it's right here, Milk Connect, sign in, benefits life insurance. Again, go there, even if you have the full 4, put eyes on it, put eyes on your beneficiary. Legal documents. This is the perfect time in life to review each of these documents. How many of you have a will? Not as many. Every single person in here should raise your hand. Okay? Especially if you have children. Especially. Who, in the event you both pass, who's going to get the children? This answer is, well, it's just assumed that my parents will get the children. Do you know, grandparents can be a little snarky when it comes to those grandbabies. And they both want them because, you know, with a will. So if you don't have one, I think JAG has a briefing today. Is that right, Ms. Colleen? JAG has a briefing? Yes. They're going to talk about it. They're free. You want to go out on the economy, it's like $250. get both of your wills done with the JAG before you deploy. Updating beneficiaries, we talked about this. TSP3, if you have the TSP, here's a little note there. The website is brand new. If you have not gone back into the TSP as of this week, when you go back in to look at your investments, it takes about 10-15 minutes because they're going to have you re-enroll. And you get to make up new passwords and PINs and security questions and the whole thing. But also you can go there to check to see who quickly and easily will receive your retirement investments. All right, saving and investing. First place. Statistically, in a room this size, maybe 150 people, I would say, let's see, 60% of you do not have a fully funded emergency fund. That might be generous. What is a fully funded emergency fund? In the event that no money was coming into your home from anywhere, how long could you remain in your home? 1 month? Think about your rent. Think about your mortgage. Do you even have 1 month of mortgage in savings? How about your cell phone bill? Could you pay that? Could you pay all of your mandatory expenses in the event that you had zero income? If the answer is no, then we have an emergency. We have a financial emergency. That's the first place you need to push money. Let's aim for just 1 month of rent or mortgage. Let's start there. And then, because you've already developed your spending plan, we talked about that, you know exactly how much each month you need to survive. That's goal number 2. And then we're going to double it. And then we're going to triple it. One of the wonderful benefits that you have being deployed is a savings account set up by the government called the Savings Deposit Program. I have a sheet on it with more specifics, but what it is, the SDP is a savings program that guarantees you a 10% return. Is there anybody in here who has a savings account currently that's giving them 10% return? Okay, 1, and we're going to talk afterwards because I want to know where you bank. Okay, so guaranteed. How does it work? 30 days after you are in theater. This is not Fort Bliss. This is in theater, boots on the ground. You go to your finance office and you sign up for the program. One of 2 things will be allowed to happen to you. 1, they will set up an automatic payroll distribution where you say, I would like X amount per month or per pay period to come out and go into my savings account. Okay? Technically, you can put in almost your entire amount of income out of there. However, it's at the discretion of the finance department to say, you know what, you have a wife and 8 kids, we're not going to let you put 100% in, even though you want to. We're going to actually only let you put X in. Second thing that can happen is your commander can actually write a letter that each of you can carry when you take to the finance office, and it says, if this service member has full $10,000 in cash, they can roll or transfer that in to the SDP. It's a one-time transfer in. You wouldn't have to put any more money in. In fact, you can't. $10,000 is the limit. 10% interest, figured quarterly. So let's say you put in $10,000 in January. January, February, March, $10,000 times 2.5 is $250, okay? And then the next 3 months, you would get another $250 in interest. So after 1 year, you would have a total of $1,000 of interest, okay? The interest does not compound on itself. You may leave the money in the SDP up to 90 days after leaving theater. So you're back here, Boots here, and it's still there accruing you interest. Okay, at the end of those 90 days, or earlier, after you leave theater, you can go to your MyPay. It says Savings Deposit Program right below Thrift Savings Plan. Click there and say, I would like my money deposited back to me. Questions on that? Ma'am?
So upon them returning after the 90 days, that money goes back. Do you have any penalties or fees from that money transferring out of the SDP?
Okay. Are there penalties or fees for transferring the money out of the SDP? No, absolutely not. However, this money may only be transferred or touched while you were in theater for an emergency, and it has to be approved by your commander. This is not a place where you would put your money because you want to draw it in and out like an ATM. This truly is a savings program. Okay. Now, what do you think you have to pay on your interest? Taxes. I heard somebody say taxes. That's right. So you're going to receive a 1099-INT, which stands for interest, at the end of the tax year, and they're going to say, whoa, look, you made money. Here's the interest. Now we're going to tax you on it. But that's okay. Let's say you earn $1,000, you pay $100, you got $900. Ma'am?
What's the tax rate on interest?
Depends. So to answer that, the tax rate on the interest depends on your tax bracket. Okay? If you're in the 20% tax bracket, it would be 20% of that received. Ma'am?
So you have 10% interest on the money and then a tax of 20%?
Okay, so 10% on the money. Okay, so let's say you earn $100 in interest. Okay, just interest. 20% of only the interest. You've already paid taxes on whatever you're pushing in. We're not going to tax that again. That's double taxation. Okay, other questions on that? Ma'am? Nope. You go to the finance office after 30 days boots on the ground. Question I received this week was, if I'm at a FOB, so maybe I don't have a finance office that I can get to, what do I do? And I said, ask your unit readiness advisor how you can do this. Maybe they could bring a finance officer out or give you access to get it done. I wanted to read this because the question is, what if I'm not 30 days consecutive boots on the ground in a combat zone? And according to the eligibility standards, it says, the service member must serve in the designated area for more than 30 days or at least 1 day in each of 3 consecutive months. So maybe you pop into Syria, you pop out. Back in, back out, back in, back out, you qualify. Okay? All right. Thrift savings plan. How many of you currently have your thrift savings plan set up? Okay. Excellent, excellent. Great place to save for retirement. Here's the deal. During deployment, that cap of $19,500, the annual cap, goes up to $58,000. So if you have not started saving for retirement, this is a great time to do it. We fund TSP through payroll distribution. And again, a significant portion of your income could go into TSP, up to $58,000 per year while you are deployed. All right, quickly. How do you know if you're having a financial difficulty? Maybe you've just like a frog in hot water, you've been there so long you have no idea. Okay, are you living paycheck to paycheck? If you are, that's a red flag. Either you're not tending the money you're receiving, maybe you're overspending, maybe a spouse is overspending. I would love to get these financial warning signs identified, get an appointment with me or Tricia up north, and we're gonna sit down and help you navigate some of these things. All right, while you are deployed, we have what's called military consumer protections. There are things that legally can and cannot be done to you while you are on orders deployed. One of the things, it's very important, you see the annualcreditreport.com. Know what's in your credit history report before you deploy so that you can identify if somebody has jacked your information and they're buying Persian carpets in Iran, okay? You're all like, that would never happen. So know what's in there, clean it up, because I can tell you on a side note, if you have an item in collections within the past 7 years and it's still there, even if you paid it off, you will 100% be flagged for a security clearance financially. You get to come see me. It's so much easier when you come in and say, you know what, I paid that off 5 years ago. Great. Easy for me, easy for you. Type up the letter, explain the situation. I say this service member is not a financial risk. On with your way. But if you have 7 items in there from the time you sign the legal statement saying it's been identified by your unit, by your commander, by Department of Defense, you have 30 days to rectify the situation. So if you currently know that you have items in collections, you need to get it taken care of. So take a look. Free. Annualcreditreport.com. Take a look at all 3 credit history reports. SCRA, Service Member Civil Relief Act. How many of you have credit cards that are higher than 6% interest? Nobody in here has credit cards? Nobody has credit card debt in here? You guys are like brilliant. Okay, if you have a credit card and you have a balance, I can almost guarantee it's higher than 6%. What are we gonna do? You're gonna take a copy of your orders. You're going to call the credit card company. You're gonna say, hey, I'm a military service member. I am on Title 10 orders, and I would like for you to lower my credit card interest rate to a maximum of 6%. And by law, they have to. Okay? There are some companies out there that will not only go that far, they will say, thank you for serving our country. We will actually take that to 0 during the length of your deployment. It's brilliant. So take advantage of it. So it doesn't just go for credit cards. What if you have a car and you have higher than 6% interest rate? Let's lower that too. What about your mortgage? Take every single debt and use the SCRA to get that lowered to a maximum of 6%. Here's the jewel for you. It's not up to you when you get back to tell the credit card company you're back. I mean, they may think you're deployed for 18 years, right? So you do not have to call them and say, I'm back, I'd really like that 23% again. Just let it ride, okay? Ma'am.
So if, for example, say I have a credit card now that he's not considered like an active user on,
Sure.
but I made him one, and we can still use his orders.
Absolutely. So the question is, if we have a credit card that it's not primary for the service member, it's for the spouse, how does that work? Yep, give them a call, send in the orders, and ask that they lower it. Questions on the SCRA? There's other benefits. We're not going to go through them. You can look all these up online as well. Military Lending Act. This is really interesting. What do you think by law is the highest interest rate that they can give you for Military Lending Act? What's the highest? What's the cap for service members? No. This is Military Lending Act. So I want you to think young, 17, never had a job, goes to Uncle Bob's auto shop and buys a car. What is the highest amount by law they can charge you? What do you think? What have you heard? More. More than 24. What else we got? More than 28. More than 30. It is 36%. So if you have a service member who has an auto loan or who maybe has like a 42% auto loan, by law that is illegal and they can fight that. So 36% according to the Military Lending Act. And I have seen 36% car loans, and the young service members, especially when we were at JBLM, were super excited to actually get in a car. So it does happen. Identity theft, a couple things you can do. You can freeze your credit. It's free. However, just know this, that absolutely no financial transaction will be allowed to happen until you unfreeze it. Wife wants to open something with you as a co-owner, buy a car, sell a house, credit card, whatever, it will not happen if you freeze your credit. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but just know that if you freeze it, you have to unfreeze it. Okay? All right. Let me give you this so you can take a picture of it. It's my business card. I am Jennifer Wood. I am here on Gowan. I work flexible hours. If you are in a different part of the state or the country, I'd be happy to Zoom with you, set up an appointment, answer questions via email, face-to-face. I'm at Building 270, which is Joint Family Service Center, also the Deers ID card office. If you have any questions, I'm around today. I'd love to talk with you. Any final questions before we move on? No? A lot of good information. All right. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, so you guys, we're going to go into a break right now. We're going to continue the next class. So at 9:45, we'd like you to be back in your seats. We did provide snacks. They're up by the coffee. So grab, just, be considerate of each other to have enough. Go to the bathroom, and we will see you at 9:45. Okay, everyone, let's go ahead. Take our seats. The lovely Cassandra is going to come back up, speak about her next portion. It's this one right here.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to cover the service member and family support portion. Many of you have probably seen this information in your annual briefings, so it should be known to you already. The spouses, for some of the spouses, this might be new information for you, but this is the one where you're going to have that slides that have the contact information with all of the service member family support specialists across the state. So we'll pull up their cities, their towns, So you know who your representative is closest to you. Oops, wrong way. Okay, who are we? Your family programs, we're often called family programs. Sometimes we're called FRG, not FRG ladies. I gotta stay here, sorry. We are a resource referral service, your one-stop shop. As I explain it to my service members, anything that does not relate to the uniform, military-specific stuff, always gets kicked over to us. So a service member comes into the office, has questions. If it relates to the uniform, it goes to the readiness or training NCO. Anything else always gets kicked over to me. Who we serve, really, this is National Guard and their families. That's our priority. All of you in this room are our priority, but we are what they refer to as a purple program. Somewhere along the way, they thought if you took Army green, Air Force blue, Marine, Navy, all of them, and you blend the colors together, it's purple. Not the case, but that is what is referred to as a purple program. We provide resources, referral, National Guard, Reserve, active, retirees, and veterans, all within our communities. There are a list of essential services that fall within our scope of work. We're going to go into each of these in a little bit more detail so that you have an idea of what is available to you. All of this comes to you due to your membership in the National Guard. This isn't something that's available to just everyone in the civilian community, right? This is one of the perks to your membership in the National Guard. So the first one being crisis intervention and referral. Probably one of the least favorite categories that we work with, but response to any domestic scenario, danger to self or others. So I should say that all services through our office are completely confidential. They are not reported to your command. They are not reported outside of everything. All the interactions that we have stay between you and I, except for we do have a duty to warn. We are required to uphold the duty to warn standards. So if there's a threat to harming yourself or somebody else, we are required to report that. If there's a child abuse or neglect scenario, we are required to report that as well. Working with different resources within Building 270 to assist with addictions, substance abuse, alcohol abuse. If you are a family member and your husband or service member comes back and you're just noticing that the alcohol intake has really gotten out of control and you're having some frustrations with that or concerns and you need help, reach out to your specialist and we'll get you connected with the proper resources and programs available for you and your service member. Red Cross messages. I know the Red Cross is here, so I won't steal their thunder, but just know that Red Cross message notifications, emergency notifications, they come up. And when those scenarios come up, you could be briefed all day long about how to go about doing it. When that crisis scenario comes up, everything goes blank. And there's a lot of information about your soldier's unit or command or where they are for that matter that you might think you know, and then in that moment you forget. Don't worry, all I want you to remember is that you can contact one of our team members in that moment, and then we can walk you through that process. Something else I want to address regarding Red Cross messages is that a lot of times we make sure that everyone in this room is aware of the information that's needed and what that process looks like, but we forget to think about what happens if the emergency happens to the people in this room. Is there anybody outside of here that would know who I am and how to call me or how to initiate that message or what information is needed? So take that into consideration as well. If your parents aren't here, and if they would be the one that might respond to a scenario and need to submit that Red Cross notification, give them that courtesy as well of our contact information so we can help them. Financial resource referral. Jennifer did a fantastic job going through the finance aspect in prep for deployment. Really, again, we're that resource referral service, so her access to her services you know, it costs a pretty penny in the civilian sector. Your membership into the National Guard affords you free access to her virtually, in person, you know, coming out to your units, whatever the case may be. So utilize that. A lot of times people don't understand how to even read their LES, right? There's so many small boxes, so many finite details in there. Great opportunity to have that discussion with her. There are other resources that we can connect you with as well. Filing for your taxes. Who in here paid this year to file your taxes? Right? There are a few hands up here, and that had to set you back maybe a couple $100. Potentially. Do you know we have access to free tax filing services as your membership in the National Guard affords that to you? You can file those taxes electronically for free. If you're like me, like, ugh, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to mess it up. Hey, our personal financial counselors are fantastic at helping. They can't file your taxes for you, but they can guide you through that process to ensure everything's accurate. Okay? And then the emergency financial assistance through the Garden Reserve Family Support Fund. So things happen, life happens. You're going to be deployed overseas. The car's going to break down. You're not going to have developed that security budget that Jennifer was talking about, or maybe you do, but it's just it's unforeseen, right? While you're on active duty status, you have access to your Army Emergency Relief Fund, AER program. But Idaho also offers, regardless of active duty or M-Day status, wherever you're at, the Idaho Garden Reserve Family Support Fund. And this is designed for emergency financial assistance for your basic living needs. You know, keeping a roof over your family's heads, keeping your kiddos' mouths filled, your utilities paid for, along those lines. And it's in the form of either a 0% interest loan, and then in some scenarios, even a grant. It's a nonprofit that's managed here at the state. So if you weren't aware of that program, keep in mind that that is available to you. Life happens. I want to go back to that one again real quick too. Right now, housing is a big issue for a lot of people. It's ridiculous in terms of paying rent or mortgage. Like my mortgage, just in property taxes alone, went up a couple $100 from what I've normally been paying. People are getting evicted out of their homes, or rent is being increased. If affording a first, last, and deposit to get into a new place is not necessarily doable on the average budget right now, right? So that program would be able to assist you with that too, getting into a home. Okay. Legal resource and referral, the JAG's here, or the JAG office is here, so I'm not going to go into their stuff too much. But we're able, all of our specialists around the state and the outside of Gowan Field are notaries. So we can assist you with notary services in the outerlying areas. You have access to notary services through the JAG's office here on Gowan. Jennifer went into SCRA a little bit. That was that 6% interest on your credit cards or your debt, your financed debt. If you don't want to do that phone call, you know, our office has fancy little letter templates that you just plug in your information and send it along with a copy of your orders to that creditor as well, requesting that that interest rate be reduced. But SCRA extends beyond just the interest rate. Are you going to go into that? No, okay. So if you are in recently I've been asked questions about, hey, is there help for service members who are deploying to pay for rent back home while they're deployed? My response was, well, A, you're getting paid BAH, right? So DOD's offering that form of assistance, but why are you maintaining the rental? Do you just not want to give it up, or are you locked into the lease, or what's your situation? SCRA allows you to exit that lease before it's done because of your military, when you're deploying. So let me back that up a little bit. If you are in a place already prior to being activated, and your lease extends through December and you're set to mobilize in August, and you don't want to continue to pay on that rental from August through December when it's completely vacant because you're overseas. You can exit that lease because of SCRA affords you the protections to do so. That applies for cell phone bills, that applies for your storage unit facilities, anything that you've entered into prior to being activated, okay? That's what it applies to. ESGR and USERRA, I have another briefing on that later this afternoon, so we'll go into that more detail down the road. Just know that our office is able to assist you with information in those categories as well. We discussed TRICARE quite in depth a little bit ago, so if you have issues with claims, billing, bring those to us. Let us help you work through those. If you just have questions about making sure you're following the rules the first time around, please call us and let us know. We'll walk you through that. We do a lot of community information and outreach. We're constantly partnering with our community members. We're hosting fun opportunities for socializing amongst family members. You'll see throughout, if you haven't already, we've got coffee socials, we've got play dates in the park, just opportunities for you, our families, to stay connected. Initially, you're going to go through a deployment cycle. They'll probably discuss that later on today, but you'll find your rhythm, you'll find your battle rhythm, right? But you're going to hit that midway mark, and you're going to be feeling down in the dumps a little bit. This deployment is not like our previous deployment in 2010, where everybody left at the same time, so that also contributes to a feeling of detachment. And if you look around, I encourage you to make friends with people in the room right now. Reach out to each other, connect with one another. Right now you think, I got this. It's going to be hard. It's not an easy thing to go through. I've been through deployments myself. I'm pretty independent. It doesn't mean it's any easier, for sure. One thing I want you to be aware of is that our office is required by National Guard Bureau to conduct monthly outreach welfare checks to every primary point of contact that the service member has identified. So our service members go through SRP and they complete a annoying form every time they come through our station that we ask them to fill out. And whoever they've listed as their primary point of contact on that form, we have to reach out to 100% every 30 days and record that information. And if you're like, I am tired of hearing from you, I got this, please don't call me anymore, you absolutely have that right. I need to hear that from the family member, preferably documented in an email so that I can cover my butt to show that I am doing my job. It cannot come from the service member. It must be a request directly from the family member. On the flip side, when I call you, we really try to have a positive, upbeat tone when we answer the phone, because the first response is everything okay? What's wrong? I'm calling you. First of all, if something's wrong, you're not going to receive that call from me, okay, or anybody on our staff. We're calling and just doing welfare checks. People screen their calls, they push the button, we send text message, it doesn't matter. All of the above. Even if we get a simple thumbs up in response, that's all we need, and we appreciate it greatly. Okay? ID cards and DEERS. I know Cheyenne is going to discuss DEERS here in a little bit, right? But we can, if you have questions about what documentation is needed, you listen to the brief and you're concerned what to do, you don't remember, give us a call. Is anybody going to have a baby midway through the deployment? How do you get your baby enrolled in DEERS? Maybe you're like me and you don't even know you're pregnant until they're gone, right? What do those steps look like for you? We can assist you with that. EFMP. This is something that an M-Day service member is not traditionally eligible for, but now that you will be active duty, this extends to you. This is for our exceptional family members, and by those, they define those family members as those having exceptional scenarios that they're working through, whether they be asthma, whether it be ADHD, whether it be just a number of different a handicap, for instance, anything along that lines that would classify them as an exceptional family member. You are eligible for additional coverage into TRICARE Echo program for assistance with DME type program or DME type equipment, or respite care services for caregiver support, along those lines. So if that pertains to any of you or your family members and you want more information on that, please reach out to us. An EFAC, an Emergency Family Assistance Center, is another one of those responsibilities. Hopefully we don't have to deal with, but we are the National Guard, and traditionally at a National Guard level, there's responses to natural disasters. We may have FEMA, Red Cross, whoever stand up emergency stations, and then we work with those entities within the community for walk-in services for our service members and families. Okay? Through our program into 70, which I know if you're not from this area, I see a couple of my North Idaho people in here. We often hear how everything is available in Boise, and it can be super frustrating. Know that these things are also available in the rest of the state, and our program can bring them out to anywhere. We've got free counseling services, confidential behavioral health, mental health counseling services that are for our service members, your family members, your children, whoever. Anytime, and that extends to the veteran population as well, with priorities being to our current Guard population. The resiliency, risk reduction, and suicide prevention, child and youth programs. I saw Nick, is he gonna speak? Okay, so child and youth programs, they're coming up. Retirement services, if you are getting ready, when you come home, if you're on the verge of retirement and want to get yourself lined out for retirement prep, we've got retirement services and the RCTAA Reserve Component Transition Assistance Program, which isn't on here. Great for assisting you in that transition. If you're wanting your resume, help with a resume, or having it reviewed, transitioning into the civilian sector, great resource available to you. And a few of the others there. Okay. Another aspect, that's the case management side of the very technical side of our job. But on the other side of the house, there's our soldier and family readiness groups, previously known as FRGs. They have changed it to SFRGs. And this is a group of volunteers. It is a group of all of you, whoever's interested, providing support to the families. How I often explain it is, it's a first sergeant's responsibility to maintain the pulse of his service members, right? He reaches out through the different platoons, through the different channels, through the service members, who's getting married, who's having a hard time, who's moving, what's the pulse on the Joes, right? It is a commander's responsibility to maintain a pulse on the families. And that is kicking information out to the families, and it is receiving information from the families on what's the status of the families, because the readiness and the status and the well-being of the families dictates the well-being of their service members as well, right? So it's that mom-dad, so to speak, partnership. So how does the commander receive that information? They do that through using this SFRG program, Volunteer Force. Who can be a member of the SFRG? It could be any of our rear detachment soldiers if they're interested, family members, any of your employers. I've had church pastors. Anybody can be a member. Anybody that wants to support this, our population is welcome to participate. They're volunteers that communicate, inform, and connect, right? Let's see. Every member of the SFRG are volunteers. There are no paid staff members within that group. They have different connections to the units. Now, a question I often get is, my husband drills in Boise, but we live in Coeur d'Alene. I can't, it's not feasible for me to be a member of the FRG for his unit because I'm not gonna drive to Boise for all the events. I'm not gonna volunteer and coordinate things down there. What can I do? Well, there are different positions available within the SFRG program. You know, maybe it's like a social media manager where you are managing a Facebook group or something of that nature where information is disseminated. But if you want to attend events or coordinate events, you're welcome to I would encourage that individual to contact me since they're in my area and get them plugged in with the local units, the local spouses. We're all one big GUARD family, right? So regardless of respective unit, they're still welcome at the local level events, support, socialization, and connection. But we would encourage them to still stay connected with the parent unit so they know what's going on with that particular soldier's unit. Okay, different position examples there. Commitments, people often wonder like, hey, I think I'm interested, but I have a full-time job. Now you're asking me to be a single parent during a deployment. I have no time. What does that commitment look like? I mean, it could be 2 hours a month. It could be 2 hours a week. It could be 10 hours a month. Really, we have that conversation with you prior to discuss kind of where your interests lie and where it might fit to best suit the organization. We don't just throw you in there. We offer training. We don't just say, hey, now, great, you're the coordinator, go hop in there and run with it. We offer monthly trainings for you. I'm getting buzzes, making sure it's not post-falls. No. Monthly trainings for you virtually. We have a pretty exciting volunteer symposium coming up in September where we will bring you all down to downtown Boise, nice event center down there, formalized training, feed you. If you're outside of commuting distance, we'll put you up in a hotel. We offer awards programs, all the works. Now, there's this acronym thing that we were talking about now, SFRS, SFRG, SFLMNOP, what is what, right? SFRS are the paid staff. That's myself. It's Keisha West in Lewiston. That is Heidi Young in Pocatello, Beverly McClendon in Idaho Falls, Sonia Nowlin in Twin Falls, and you have Glenn and Diane here on Gowan. Okay, we are the paid staff. We are for sake of explanation, the social work side of the house and the trainers and facilitators, okay? The SFRG are those volunteers. If you decide you're interested in volunteering, don't feel like you are taking on the load of your entire unit's family's stress. We're not asking you to be case managers. We don't expect you to be. That's what we are here for, okay? So this is where you can find out the contact information for if you don't already know who your specialist is. I'm up in Post Falls, Keisha West in Lewiston. If you want to take photos so you have that contact information, please, you're welcome to do so. Okay, Diane and Glenn here on Gowan. The information hopefully should be in your drill letters. We're also sending out those newsletters where you have that information. Sonia Nowland in Twin, Heidi in Pocatello, Bev in Idaho Falls. Okay. Okay, so a couple additional things based off of the deployment. I went over last yellow ribbon, just want to touch base on. After turn 1 left, some of the things that our offices have seen. People thought they didn't need a power of attorney, and then they got overseas and they decided they wanted to buy a vehicle. And their wife needs to finance that in their name for them, and they don't have that power of attorney. How are they going to do that? Is getting a power of attorney something they can do when they're in theater? Yes. It's a bit of a tedious process, but yes. Depending on where that service member is at and what access to resources they have. But they would have to generate that information in theater and physically mail that back to you here. So it's not an instant thing, okay? Something else regarding power of attorneys, something that I personally experienced that people don't generally think about when you're talking about deployment, and you don't want to because it's acknowledging the fact of a potential. During the last deployment, I told you, I found out 2 weeks in that I was expecting, right? Was not a planned thing. My husband was gone, and I had our son midway through the deployment great. He got to come home. At that time, we had R&R. He got to come home for that, and then went back overseas. And then there was an incident that took place, which resulted in 2 of the people in his vehicle were killed, and then he lost both of his legs. Well, shoot, I am the mother of a newborn child. I was able to get our kiddo in Deers, but I don't have a passport for my son. And my husband is now sent to Germany to a military hospital. And if I want to go be there with him, I have my passport, but I don't have a passport for my son. And what do you need in order to get a passport for your child? Both parents' signatures or a power of attorney. So if you have children, consider getting your passport now. Granted, in that scenario, I don't know if it would have been within my best interest to bring my newborn baby, but I was nursing and going through postpartum, like the perfect storm, right? I didn't end up going to Germany. He ended up coming to Texas. So the Army flew us down there. They were wonderful. They assigned us a liaison and everything. And we stayed down there through the duration of his treatment. Something to keep in mind. We don't like thinking about the possibilities of those negative things, right? Also, great news. You have access to childcare services now through Child Care Aware, a child care subsidy. You have the YMCA Armed Forces group. You have through the Y, you have access to respite care for your kiddos, so you can sleep in the parking lot. Sometimes that's what it takes, right? Or drop them off and let them have fun. We have MUTA day camps here on on Gowan for kids 5 and older. You can drop your kids off, go run to Costco, do what you need to do, go get your nails done. And there are now programs while your service members deployed for lawn care. It's called, Green Care for Troops? It's lawn care services. So you can have your yards mowed, snow care removal during the winter. Because when you're trying to juggle everything, it can be kind of overwhelming, right? Especially if you don't have access to much support. So all of these things we post on our Facebook page and we kick out via our newsletter. There are constantly new resources that come up. If you're not following us on Facebook, please do. That was on one of the slides up there. Okay, perfect. There's a QR code to that. You have to request access to that page. It's a closed group because of the nature of the information that we share on that. But it is the Idaho Service Member and Family, or Idaho National Guard Service Member and Family Support Facebook group. Okay? I think I left my notes over there. I apologize. I think that's everything. Are there any questions for me? Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well, you're going to have Cheyenne Hill with Deers.
Okay, so Deers is vastly complicated in the system itself, but I'm not going to make this complicated. So essentially, who's married? Okay, who has kids? Has anybody have adopted kids? Okay, well, and if anybody's getting ready to have kids, important things. You need a power of attorney while your spouse is gone. Otherwise, you will not be able to put your child into TRICARE. You also won't be able to make any changes. You can't get an ID card by yourself. All of these things require signatures from the spouse. Any changes to their Deers requires their signature unless you have a power of attorney, which you need to bring to Deers for us to copy and put in the thing. Everything Deers needs is hard copies, no, like hard original copies. We cannot take emails, we cannot take scans. Everything has to be as it is. When you're at the hospital, after you give birth, the hospital has the option to give you a proof of birth, which can be used in place of a birth certificate because, what?
Seem to be like right up in here. There we go, thank you.
Sorry. I don't like standing in front of desks. I forgot what I was talking about. Birth certificates. Okay, I have the mind of a squirrel. So with birth certificates, the proof of birth will in fact, cover the birth certificate, but the little thing that they have that they give you with the footprints, that won't. Social Security cards are needed. So even if you don't want to use TRICARE or whatever, while you're gone, you have it for free. You may as well make sure everybody's in there. It's just going to double down and cover you. Like I said, ID cards are eligible for 10 and up. Spouses, we really do suggest that you have an ID card, especially with the new ID cards that we have. It has your spouse's DOD ID number, which means you can access their benefits with that instead of constantly giving hospital staff their Social Security number or having to memorize any of their other stuff. You also will get your own DOD ID number. So, and then everybody likes to come into Deers to update their address. You can do it through MillConnect. It's technically not MillConnect anymore. It's going to redirect you to a new site. Regardless, you can still update your own address. You just can't add anybody to Deers without coming into an office. As I already mentioned, power of attorney. It's kind of vital that you guys have that, because if anything happens, we can't help you. We can't touch you just can't get anything. We get yelled at a lot by people who come in and they want to do stuff and they can't, because we can't make that exception. So here are our numbers. We have a Pocatello, a Lewiston, a Twin Falls, and the Gowan Field Deers offices. Most of them are walk-ins, minus Pocatello. The Gowan Field Deers office has been through a few schedule changes. Now it's just a solid Tuesday through Friday. It doesn't acknowledge the pink schedule that the rest of the Guard does. It's every Tuesday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 1400 or 4 p.m. So the rest of them, it's definitely call, make sure. If you are unsure about something, like I just re-enlisted, are my orders in the system yet? You can call and ask. Just make sure you have your DOD ID number ready. Pretty much everything in the military revolves around Deers. If your dependents are not in Deers, they're not an authorized user even on your emergency data form. So your emergency contact or DD93. So we prefer that everybody that needs to be in Deers needs to be on Deers. We had so many people come in recently who have been married for 5 or 6 years and their spouses and children are not in the system. You miss out on money. You miss out on a lot of things when you do not properly upload people into the system. But other than that, do we have any questions? Because I can give you the document, like what you need, but that's kind of a case-by-case basis. We will be open today in 270 if you have any questions or you need to come in and update anything. If you need to update a spouse, you need photo ID, marriage license, and their birth certificate. So if you don't have that, you can always come in later, but those are the 3 things if you want to upload them in today. And remember, they all have to be original copies, or certified copies. But that is literally all I have.
Okay, we have Sheila Warner with the American Red Cross next.
All right, good morning. Okay, I'm going to make this short and sweet because I know you guys are busy. How do I change this way? Here we go. Okay, so Cassandra did a wonderful job kind of briefing you really quickly on our emergency messaging system. This is our information for our Hero Care line, and then, the types of emergencies that we're able to assist with are serious family illness, death in the family, and then birth of a child or a grandkid. So we are literally the messenger. We take the information, we get it to the command, and that's pretty much it, other than following up with you after the message has been delivered. So we don't take any responsibility in trying to get them home as far as saying, yes, they can go or no, they can't. There are some assistance we can provide as far as transportation in certain scenarios. But we are literally just delivering the message. Once the message is delivered to command, which we're able to get that message delivered within a day. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. Again, a lot of that depends on the information that you have ready for us, which Cassandra briefed on you already. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. But we're able to get that turned around within a day. Once the message is delivered, it gets kicked back to a local volunteer caseworker, either located here in Idaho or in Montana. That's our region coverage. And then we follow up with you and see if there's any additional services that you need. And then we try to assist you with that. So we also have our Hero Care Network, which we can assist with some housing resources. We have food bank resources, medical resources. So if there's additional things that you're finding that you need while your service member is deployed, call our Hero Care line. You'll get sent to our call center, which is in headquarters, which I actually am not even sure where that is. I think it's in DC. They enter you into the system, then you get kicked back very quickly to a local caseworker. So you will always be working with somebody located either in Idaho or Montana. Okay, so this is the most important information that we need to have. And during the vendor area, I will have a table, and I've got a nice little magnet that the service member can write all of this information down on. You can stick it in on the fridge. And then I also have a little, it's kind of like a business card that you can also write the same information on and keep that on your person in your purse, because we can't always take our refrigerators with us. So most important thing: name, rank, branch of service, last 4 digits of Social Security, military unit, phone number. So as much as you know that before you go, please provide that to your family member. And then, as Cassandra also made a really good point, make sure you get information to an additional family member, so a grandparent, an older child, a brother or sister, because you might be the one. That's also why it's important to have the little card that you can have in your purse. So you do end up in the emergency room, you can pull that card out and you have that information. So other things we'll need to know is name of the family member, nature of the emergency, where the emergency can be verified. So we do verify everything before we send it to command. So if it's a birth, we're calling the hospital to make sure that there was actually a birth. If there's a death, we're calling the hospital, or we're calling the funeral home to confirm when the funeral is. So that's all information that we collect, so we can provide that to command so they can make a decision much quicker. So the more information you can have ready for us, the quicker we can get things moving for you. Okay, so here's the cool little card that we have, and I do have a plethora of those that I'll have at my table. So if you want to take more than one, that's fine, but it's just a nice little card. Again, service member, please fill that out for your family member before you leave. Okay. Oh, that's it. Any questions? Has anybody had to do an emergency message before? Okay, good. I hope it was a good experience. I know it's not always good to get those messages, but we just want to help you. We want to let you know what's going on at home. For the family member making the call, it can be pretty stressful and scary for them, but like Cassandra said, contact them. They can talk you through the process of calling. Our folks on the line, they're used to dealing with people in crisis situations, so they're going to be a little bit sympathetic to you as far as making sure we have everything that we need and understanding your situation. And then when it gets kicked back to local, we'll be able to further assist you. We will do phone calls. Make sure when you're filling out so when you do come by my table, I have an emergency contact card. So it's half of a page that you need to fill out. That gets you into our system. So if there is an emergency, we already have the majority of your contact information, which then makes it a lot quicker for us to be able to relay your message. So whether you need us or not, we always, fingers crossed, hope that you don't need us. But in a situation where you do, we want to make that go as quickly as possible. So come by my table, fill out that card. It takes about 5 minutes. And then what will happen is we'll get that into our system. One of our volunteers will contact you and just see if you have any questions about how to do an emergency message, what the phone number is. And then when you do need us, hopefully you won't, but when you do, then we can contact you much quicker. So make sure you come by and fill one of those out. You can also do this all online. We have a Hero Care app. So if you go to your app store, it's the Red Cross Hero Care. That has a lot of resources and information, and you can also just fill this out on their app as well. So any other questions, concerns? Does everybody understand like what constitutes an emergency? Okay, because we get a lot of like random calls sometimes. You do have to be directly related to the person that's having the emergency. We get a lot of like, well, my spouse's stepmother or stepmother's son, kind of this extended family. And unfortunately for extended family, we're a little bit more limited on what we can do. But I always think it's worth a call because you just never know. And then again, even if we aren't able to help you, you still get sent to a local caseworker who can still provide some assistance for you. So even if you think it's kind of a stretch, call anyways, because hopefully we'll be able to do at least something for you. Cassandra, did you have a question? Yes, we cannot. We are literally the messenger. So like the saying says, don't kill the messenger. Literally, we are the messenger. And we do get a lot of people that get upset. Well, why can't you just send my service member home? That is not up to us. That is up to your command. So a lot of times we get situations where the spouse is trying to get the service member home for a situation. Commander is saying, you need to call Red Cross and get an emergency message sent. So we get a lot of those, and that's fine. Like, call us and we'll send the message for you if we can. But no, we cannot guarantee. Like I said, we might be able to assist with some financials as far as getting them home in special situations. But we are literally just delivering the message. And then we do have follow-up afterwards. So we'll check up on you and make sure that that you've talked to your service member. Most of the times they've been in contact, but depending on where they're located around the globe, that might not be the case. So I think we're good. Come see me at my table. We'll get you all set up. Call our line anytime that you have a question or have a concern. And then I'm local here in Boise, so I have my contact information at the table as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna watch a quick video on child and youth, and then he's gonna come speak for a second.
Program is a program that provides resources for all military youth, regardless of range or age.
There are a plethora of different activities and programs that we do throughout the year.
Our largest events are our camps. We have 2 annual camps throughout the year. One is our summer camp, which is held usually in June or July, and our second camp is in January. They go for about 4 to 5 days long. Those are our largest things that we offer for kids 10 to 18 years old.
And then we also have fun activities like trunk or treat and the Easter egg hunt. And we also do a team leadership panel as well as youth groups, again, in all of the regions so that all of the kids throughout Idaho can partake in those different activities and programs.
The coordinators and a lot of the service members who have volunteered with us were all certified trained on service nursing training. So when we put on large events, we will go to camps and we will usually go to youth groups and we will provide resiliency training to the youth.
We teach them goal setting and how they can take different things that they strive to achieve and break it down into little steps that they can make this SMART goal and be able to take those steps to achieve it. And we talk about character strengths and identifying what makes you you and how you are successful based on your character. parents if you're interested.
Dramatic pause.
It's a good middle. It's only a couple seconds left. Well, who knows what just happened?
The Chapman program is a program that provides resources and do their job to the best of their ability. We are,
Who knew a video would be so
there's a lot of
complicated?
kids who have gone to camps and have gone to our events and they're like, oh my gosh, you're in my school, I didn't even know you're in the youth, and they become friends and they stay friends for a really long time.
There's so many different opportunities for kids provided by tons of different programs. But what's so nice about this is that all of these kids understand what it's like to be a military youth and can have and build that community with that knowledge of they're not alone and that they have someone that understands them.
Okay, sorry for all that. Nick is going to come and talk for a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hi. So I'm Nick. I was the one on the video. So I wanted to come up here and just kind of reiterate one kind of thing and then give you guys just some insight on an availability to you guys very soon. First off, we are a program that goes all year round and we provide resources. We're an enrichment program for kids. We do activities, events, and we really want to bring home that resilience and leadership training and skill to your kids, especially when you're deployed. That is our mission. But what I really want to come over here and talk to you about is in a couple weeks, June 20th through 24th, we are having our summer camp. We're having it in Coeur d'Alene. We're going to actually be on Lake Coeur d'Alene. We went there in 2018, and we need chaperones. So at this camp, we are going, it's an overnight residential camp from Monday to Friday. We are teaching resilience training. We're doing leadership training. We're not like in any way like a boot camp. This is really for kids to connect with others, just like our mission. And everything's paid for. It's all completely free, transportation, food. We'll get you there. But we need some adults because we're running low. We have about 120 kids come in, and we need to fit that ratio. So if you guys are interested whatsoever, we'll have our booth. You guys can get know a little bit more about our program, but we really do need some chaperones. This is a great opportunity for you guys to possibly give back. It's June 20th through 24th. Also, I wanted to say that our program isn't just for dependents of service members 0 to 18, but it's also for siblings as well. So if you're a service member and you have siblings 0 to 18, they're also eligible for our program. But like I said, we have our summer camp. It's beautiful up there. Yeah, please come check us out at the booth, ask your questions. And yeah, if anybody has any questions right now. Okay, cool. I'll see you at the booth. All right, thanks guys.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead and take a break. You're going to be back in your seats at 10:45. Okay, we're going to begin our next briefing with the lovely Cassandra again. It's the ESGR.
Okay, this should be my last time up here. Fingers crossed for yours and my sake. ESGR. Hopefully you all know about this information as well. Stands for Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve. I've been receiving a lot of questions regarding ESGR and USERA lately, so definitely worth going through. ESGR, what is it? It's a DoD-funded program that consists primarily of volunteers across the entire nation.
Three parts involved in ESGR. There's the employer outreach portion, where we have volunteers in the state who have signed up, and their primary focus is promoting ESGR to our civilian employers all throughout our community, promoting an awareness of USERRA and creating a culture that's supportive of your military service, and why it benefits an employer to hire a member of the Idaho National Guard within their civilian organization. And then there's the military outreach side, which is what I'm here doing, promoting to you all an awareness of what rights are available to you and what your responsibilities are as a uniformed member to ensure that you are protected under USERRA. And then ombudsman services. So I'm a service member and family support specialist for my paid job. One of my volunteer hats, I'm an ombudsman for the state of Idaho as well. An ombudsman is if you have issues with your employer that you feel like you're being retaliated against due to your military service, or they're not upholding their end of responsibility. You've had a conversation, it's just not working, and you'd like to maybe take it to the next level to find some type of a resolution. An ombudsman is a great way to ensure that everybody is on the same page of what is outlined in USERRA, okay? Beyond it having to be escalated to legal means or through the Department of Labor. It's that trying to resolve it at the lowest level first approach. What protections, that slide does not come up well, sorry. What protections do I have? Basically, this is a whole lot of words on slides, and I hate reading off of slides. So the bottom line is that under USERRA, the Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment's right, you are afforded protections for your initial employment, reemployment when you come home, retention of your job, holding on to your job, promotions that you would have received had you never left, or any benefit of employment that you would have received had you not had to leave for deployment, right? Based off your membership or application for membership or performance. So bottom line, here's the deal. If you go get a new job today with a new civilian employer, or tomorrow is Monday, you start with a new employer, you get hired, and you start tomorrow, and then you've got to deploy in August. And you're concerned that your job is not going to be waiting for you when you get home. You are afforded protections whether you start this new job on August 1st or you start this new job tomorrow. You do have a certain set of responsibilities that you have to take care of in order to ensure that those protections are in place, and we'll get into those. If you're currently working at a job and in December you would have, or in January, you would have received a New Year bonus or end of year bonus in December, or excuse me, promotion. And now you're going to be gone. And so when you come back, you're concerned that you won't be at that, you would have missed out on that promotion. You are eligible to still receive that promotion had you have never left. Okay? So this topic is really tricky. There's always those one-off scenarios. Highly encourage you to have those conversations offline if you can. Questions in the public forum is great, but there are a lot of details specific to your situation that doesn't necessarily apply across the board. Okay. State active duty service. So as of January 5th of 2021, so our state active duty stuff like our fires or whatever else you guys get called up for under state active duty never used to be protected under USERRA, but as of January 5th of 21, they extended that coverage for those state active duty things. So as long as the service is for 14 days or more, in support of a national emergency declared by the president, and in support of a major disaster declared by the president. Okay?
as this states, I know you guys aren't going on state orders, so it doesn't really apply, just as a knowledge moving forward. Because orders are state funded, though, if you have questions, they encourage you not to contact ESGR directly, because that's more at a federal level. They encourage you to contact the Department of Labor, Veterans Employment and Training Services for those questions as it pertains to state activation, state orders. Okay, this is the big deal, what you need to ensure you are doing in order to make sure that you have protections under USERRA. These are the 5 things that you have to do. Provide your employer advance notice. It can be in the form of written notice or it can be verbal. My recommendation to you is have a paper trail, right? Send them some type of email or something so that you have proof. Hope you don't need it, but that you have some type of proof that that notice was provided. You all are in this room, so at this point in time, if you have a job, you should have already been able to extend that courtesy to your employer. There's no reason why you haven't. If you're concerned about retaliation, about them, relieving you of your civilian employment duties because of your employment or your deployment, then that would be a USERRA concern, and we could have that conversation. Okay, so in order to be afforded those protections, you're going to provide your employer advance notice. You have to be leaving a civilian employer for your military service obligations. So that's your civilian job. You can't claim protections under USERRA if you're not actually leaving a job, if you're currently unemployed, right? On an extended active duty, or if on extended active duty, you must serve honorably. So an honorable discharge at the end of your active duty. Dishonorable does not qualify. USERRA, if you've been in the program for a period of time, in the Guard for a period of time, and you've been working for that same employer throughout your career in the National Guard, and you've gone to NTC, and you've gone to annual training, and you've had your drill weekends, and now your deployment, there is a 5-year rule that totaling of an absence from that employer for a total of 5 cumulative years, you are protected. Anything outside of that, it no longer protects you. Okay? And then you have the responsibility to notify your employer of your intent to return to work. And the timelines are provided there in that blue box. And this is across the board, whether you are at drill weekend or at AT or on deployment. If your military service is between 1 to 30 days of service, you're required to report back to work on the next scheduled work day, with the caveat being after safe travel home and 8 hours of rest. We get into that one a lot with when it pertains to drill weekends for soldiers that work a graveyard shift. And then they ask what it looks like on the front end if they have to work a graveyard shift all night and then report to first formation at 07 the next morning, right? This is all on your report back to work on the back end. If you are activated for service between 31 to 180 days, you are required to submit an application for reemployment within 14 days after your release from service. So is it a good job on day 14 to call your employer and say, hey boss, I'm back. I'm coming back to work today? Probably not, right? Not best practice. If you've been gone for 6 months and they've backfilled your position, give them that courtesy. They're helping you out. You need to do them a solid as well. 180 plus days, which this is what applies to most of you for this deployment. You have 90 days after your release from active duty, your refred date, to report back to work. Again, don't wait till day 90. Maybe take a week or 2 off. Give your employer the courtesy, hey boss, I'm home. I have these 90 days afforded to me. I'd like to utilize them. Is there a time within that 90-day mark around there that we can pick a good time for me to come back to work? Keep in mind that you are not getting paid by your civilian employer for those 90 days, and you're not getting paid by the military for those 90 days. You've already been released from active duty. Okay? You can file for unemployment, and that's a different conversation. So when you're gone, your employers are kind of jumping through hoops to backfill you, right? Depending on what role you play in that organization, might be a huge hit on the employer, or it might be relatively easy. In either case, it's important that we recognize our employers for their support and what they're doing. Some of our employers go over the top, and they offer differential pay. So for those of you that indicated you'd be receiving less pay during this deployment than you would had you stayed home and worked for your civilian employer, some of those employers actually pay you the difference between your military pay and what you would be receiving from your civilian job. Some continue your health care benefit or any of the benefits through the program throughout the duration at no charge to you throughout the duration of your deployment. Some reach out to your families and offer support in various ways to your families throughout the course of a deployment. We would like to recognize those employers. Not only does that show our appreciation to those employers for what they're doing for you, but if we can promote that, that might encourage other employers to support our military force as well and our families as well. These awards, like the Patriot Award, also extends to the spouse. So we never really think about that one, but if a service member is deployed and the spouse is home with the kids, oftentimes the kids are homesick from school or daycare, and the spouse has to stay home when normally maybe the service member was there to cover down, or whatever that scheduling looks like. And so the spouse's employer can be super supportive throughout the course of a deployment, providing those outreach care packages to the families, whatever that looks like too. So strongly encourage you to nominate those employers. There are other criteria of awards, above and beyond, Pro Patriot, 7 SEALs, so on and so forth, different levels of eligibility criteria for those. At a base level, the Patriot Award is there. Really, you go online to esgr.org. It takes you all of 5 minutes to submit this award nomination. And the award is sent out. It looks like that matted one at the very top. It's sent out to our state office, and our state team coordinates with your employer in a nice frame. We do a formal presentation to your employer. And then we ask them to sign that statement of support that's at the bottom, and they're already a supportive employer, right? You've nominated them for that award, and usually they love signing that statement of support and having it hanging in the lobby of their business to show that they are an employer that is supportive of our military and hiring military employees. Okay? Bottom line, communicate as early as possible. You have your 5 responsibilities that we listed on that previous PowerPoint to ensure you're covered under USERRA. Show your appreciation to your employers. I know coming up later this summer, the Boise area is hosting a boss lift where we bring you service members nominate your civilian employers, and we bring them to Gowan Field. We run them through a bunch of different stations, show them what it is that you're doing during your training weekends when you're taking time off from working with them. Feed them MREs, they love it. Let them throw on your Kevlar, whatever the case is, right? We give them, sometimes depending on what's available, I get Blackhawk rides, like out to the OCTC. Just a great experience, and talk about recruiting some really military-friendly employers, right? Memorable experiences. Okay. How do you get help? So in the event that you need help, this is the national locations for reaching out to get help. If you're just having a hard time with your employer, if you've got questions, again, you have all of us at a local level, all of the specialists, right? So you can always reach out to us as well. And maybe it's a matter of us just sending you an excerpt out of the Code of Federal Regulations or something, and how you're interpreting it or versus how your employer's interpreting it. But if it needs to be escalated, if you need to know how to file an inquiry with ESGR National, we can assist you with that as well. But just ask. Usually the issues, I would say 9 times out of 10, the issues that arise are a matter of not having the information on one party or the other. Okay, that's all. Any questions? Nope. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to have Sergeant Callum for legal.
Morning, team. My name's Staff Sergeant Callum. I work with the JAG office, so I'm just going to go over and give you guys a few legal stuff and get through this as quickly as possible. I know I got the great time slot when the coffee's wearing off and everybody's anticipating lunch. So we're going to talk about POAs, wills. I'm going to briefly sort of skim over SCRA and USERRA because I know it's already been hit on before, and then I'm going to give you an overview of our client services. So powers of attorney. Oh, outstanding. There we go. So you have general power of attorney, which that is very broad. That is, you give power and agency to someone else that completely can act as you. These are sometimes not needed. They are very broad to the point of revoking them becomes troublesome. A lot of times we find that special POAs, which are very specific for you have a vehicle that's only titled in your name, you need that retitled in your absence, or there's a house being sold, so you need them to sign as you for that home sale. And that's where they can go ahead and sign their name in place of yours with this power of attorney. So if any of that is something that you're interested in, we are providing those today for anybody. When it comes to loco parentis, being able to give guardianship to somebody else, please do not be offended. I'm going to ask you very personal questions. Are these kids from a previous relationship? Are they currently the children you have with your current spouse? I'm going to get into the weeds on this stuff because there are specific tools that can protect you better if I know the details. So when you use one as the person staying behind, make sure that you always keep the original on you. That's going to be the one that proves you actually received the power of attorney on behalf of somebody else. Make sure you only ever give away a copy, because if you give that original to that company, agency, business, you've just lost that ability to prove that that even occurred. And all you're left with is copies, which do not prove anything. The other thing is agencies and private companies are not required to receive or use powers of attorney. There's no legal requirement for them to accept them. And in fact, many financial and real estate companies, things of that nature, banks, they have very specific POA forms that they like to see and use themselves. So make sure you check with that business to see if they have a POA that they would like to see, because if not, they may not accept anything we draft, and that's just their standard and practice. All right, so to revoke one, so if you're going to revoke the power of attorney once you come back, you can either destroy the original. Where it gets a little troublesome is you have to take that revocation and notification to every single place you think the other might have used that power of attorney at. So revoking it gets a little tricky. If you have questions or details or concerns about that, please get with me over at 951, and then I'd be happy to get into the weeds with you on this. Again, just covering some of the things you can do with it. Custody, get with me offline on that one. That one gets a little tricky on which tools you need to have. All right, so we can also provide living wills, which if you are in a permanent vegetative state, what you would wish, and it's an expression of your desire to happen with you, with your medical providers at the time. The medical POA, if you're incapacitated, that allows somebody to make medical decisions for you, which is very important. If you're in between surgeries and waking you up from the anesthesia will cause complications to the surgery, you are appointing someone to be able to make that medical decision as if they were you on your behalf for your care. So very important document, and we can give that to you guys today as well. So wills. Sadly, I do not have any attorneys this weekend. Somehow somebody's decided that they should all SUTA on the same weekend, and nobody ran that by me, so I apologize. But during the week, that is my contact information. I will freely give it my email and my phone number. My phone number will be at the end of this brief, but get with me over at 951 during your guys' lunch and vendor breakout. I'd be happy to give you guys my email address on a form for will worksheets, and you can just email that worksheet to me, and we can work remotely to get you guys taken care of for wills. When it comes down to the breakdown of personal representatives, who your beneficiaries are, trusts and guardianships, again, the details are in your guys' lives. Every single person, circumstances may be similar, but the details of every single person are very important. And so we're gonna have to get into, I'm gonna ask some personal questions. You're gonna have concerns. Get with me about your specific circumstances, and we can talk about what is best to do what where. This is already, SCRA has already been covered. You guys have already talked about the 6% interest cap, the eviction protections. You're able to terminate your leases with your deployment orders. Taxes get deferred. SCRA, as far as businesses and things of that nature goes, you have to give written notice, and you have to give them a copy of the orders to make this valid. I have had so many people who have gone on deployment who I told my work, or I told this business I was working with that I was leaving, and they didn't do X, Y, Z. Well, I'm going to immediately ask, did you provide them a copy of your orders, as is your requirement underneath that law for protection? If you did not, then that business had no obligation to follow through on the protections. So you have to do your end to properly notify them. Please, if you want, there's additional information, so go ahead and take pictures of the websites. You can get more information from there. USERRA, it was just briefly touched on the previous brief. The reinstatement, when it comes to calculating your seniority, and the escalator is what they refer to it as for coming back into that job. If your circumstance might allow you that level of protection, get with me offline. We can, again, details matter. It may be similar circumstances, but your details are different than somebody else's. So I can speak broadly as much as I want, but it'll never solve your specific issues. So please bring those to me offline. This was also covered. There's good resources and websites if you want to take a picture of that as well. All right, so today for client services, if you have any financial issues before you're leaving, you have outstanding debt that needs to continue to be paid for, please let us know. We will find you a solution that works best for your family or loved ones who are taking care of your affairs while you're gone. Your overall deployment readiness, if you have any legal troubles that may butt up with you being able to deploy, such as probation, anything like that, please come talk to me. It's very important. Family law, if you're having custody battles, things of that nature, if you're concerned about who gets the kids in your absence after the divorce, please come talk to me. Anytime. So notary services, you're going to be able to have this pretty much throughout. So for those deploying, we're going to be sending with you an attorney and 2 paralegals with you forward. So you're going to have legal support there. You're also going to have the legal assistance office at Fort Bliss should you need it. And then for the family members who are staying behind, I am also going to be here. At least nobody's told me I'm going anywhere. So I'll still be here. So if you who are being left behind, if you have problems, please give me a call. Let's sort it out, because the longer problems sit, the worse they get. Landlord-tenant issues, please let me know. And then any advice. We have attorneys that even if you live outside of the area, because I know I'm being streamed up north, so even if you have people who are outside of the area, if you live outside of the great state of Ada, as it's referred to as, we can set up telephonic appointments with our attorneys. That's just fine. We do not mind. It's about getting you guys the help that you need. So, in short, if you guys need powers of attorney, if you are looking at getting a will, any of that stuff, please get with me today. Let's get you guys taken care of, or at least on the road to being taken care of with whatever the issues may be. please don't let them sit out there and linger because they will only get worse, especially in your absence. 5199, that is my full-time number. And then when it comes to the will worksheet submissions, over at 951, I'll be able to provide you guys my actual email address to submit those to me, and then we can work remotely or however that works best for everyone here. So if that's it, if nobody has any immediate burning questions for me right now, that's all I have. Outstanding. Thank you.
Okay, we have John Harris with State Education.
Oh, the cameras. All right, good afternoon. My name is John Harris. I'm the State Education Service Officer. So what's my function? My function is to, one, counsel and educate folks on what benefits they have. Also, make sure that they know what they're getting into when they bite off the alligator that can be college or technical programs. So I'm here to answer those questions. And we're going to cover a few things here today. The first thing we're going to talk about GI Bill programs. And because you're going on deployment, you're going to qualify for a different flavor of the GI Bill program. And what I mean by that, everybody comes into my office, especially brand new soldiers, and say, well, I've got the post 9/11 GI Bill. Well, no, you have what they call Chapter 1606. GI Bill is a really broad term. And underneath that term, we have all these different chapters. Currently, if you've never deployed or you don't have any active duty time, you qualify for Chapter 1606. It's a very minuscule program, but at least it's something. What does that equate to? That equates to $407 a month for every month that you're a full-time student. It doesn't pay for school. All it does is send you a check in your bank account. You can use it for ramen noodle or Keystone Light or whatever you want to use it for. But it doesn't pay for school, and a lot of people are under that misconception that it does. So, by virtue of going on deployment, you're going to become eligible for the post 9/11 GI Bill or a different chapter, Chapter 33. How do you qualify for it? Well, first, you got to get 90 days in country. And not in country, let me say that, take that back. 90 days of Title 10 orders. So the minute your boot steps on an airplane or a bus or a train or whatever, however you're getting to Fort Bliss, that clock starts. As soon as you hit 90 days, you qualify for the post 9/11 GI Bill at a percentage. And we're going to cover those percentages here in a minute. Other ways to earn this is have an AGR position, or you're on a special mission. And the only Title 32, which is our ADOS, I know there's a lot of numbers being thrown out here, the only Title 32 orders that count for this is in support of a declared national emergency. That would be like this last COVID mission that just went down. So what's the benefits? Well, if you qualify for the 100% benefit package, that is 100% in-state tuition at any state level school. Like here in Idaho, University of Idaho, Boise State, Idaho State, or up to $25,000 in benefits at a private school. Northwest Nazarene University, College of Idaho, Brigham Young University, you could get up to 25 grand for that. It also gives you a book stipend. It's $1,000 a year. It's based on credit hours. You'll burn through that really quick, especially if you're taking a lot of classes. That's paid on the front side. And then you also get a housing allowance based on the zip code of the school you're going to and the rate of pursuit. In the Treasure Valley area here, it's approximately $1,300 a month. And so that's if you're a butt in a seat at a university. If you're all online, they take the national average and you'll get $916 if you're at the 100% rate. So when I keep throwing that 100% rate out there, here's where you guys are going to end up being. 90 days, you're at 50%. 6 months, you're at 60%. The next milestone is not until you hit 80%, or 18 months, and then that's at 70%. The goal is to get 36 months of active duty time. As a guardsman, that can be very difficult unless you're an AGR or doing some of these special missions. However, this is all cumulative. So if you plan on sticking around in the military for a length of time, you will have the potential to earn this. In fact, there's some House bills out there sitting at Capitol Hill right now that really wants to support Guard and Reservists and going back and counting their drill days and also their AT time. It's still up. Senate still has to approve it, and the President will have to approve it, and then finally it'll become law. So look out for that. I think it has some pretty good traction, and that's going to be a great benefit for you.
One cool thing for Guard and Reservist is you really actually only need 24 months of service, especially if you had a long AIT. For instance, if you went to any type of flight training and it was a 12-month AIT school and you got 24 months of normal active duty time, they'll reach back and they'll grab that AIT and throw it on top of that 24 months. Now it equals 36, so you just jump from 70% to 100%. Now you have the 100% benefit package. All right, cool thing about this, we talked about 1606 at the beginning. The minute you walk out the Guard, the 1606 stays with us. Chapter 33, as soon as you hit that 90-day mark, this is yours forever. It's called the Forever GI Bill. It is also the only program that you can transfer to dependents, and that's probably one of the greatest selling sources there is. It is your benefit. Keep that for the soldiers. It is your benefit. It is not your dependents' benefits. It's not your spouse's benefits. It is your benefit. But the Army is going to tell you how you can transfer those benefits. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And what I mean by that, you have to have at least 6 years in the service. You qualify for the post 9/11. You're not flagged for any type of issue. And you agree from the day you hit the transfer button to stay on board for 4 years. Yes, ma'am. As long as that stepchild is on your DEERS data or your page 2, if they can get an ID card, you can transfer it.
Our daughter wants to go to school, and we were looking at this, and we got told that she would have to be adopted.
If they're on your page 2 and you can get that ID card, you can transfer it. Yeah, absolutely. And kind of the cool thing about this, for enlisted, you have to have that ETS has to be 4 years in the future from the day you hit transfer. And I'm going to get all the phone calls from the spouses, and I'm going to get the phone calls and the emails from overseas. As soon as you hit that 90 days, yes, you qualify for the program, but the VA is not going to know you qualified for that program until you get back and your DD-214 is published and put in your IPERMS record. Because you could go in there all day long and request transfer of benefits, and it's going to keep getting rejected over and over and wasting a lot of man hours. So don't act on this until you get back and you get your DD-214. So that obligation of service, enlisted, like I said, ETS 4 years on the backside. Officers, you have to have an officer service agreement. Really, it's kind of a gentleman's agreement that you're going to stick around. But things happen. Life happens. If you, on your own volition, decide to punch out of the Guard, this transfer is null and void. If you transfer the benefits during that 4-year period, your spouse decides to use this money, goes out, spends every penny of it, goes to NYU or something like that, a very expensive school, and you did not fulfill your obligation, I'll be the first one to tell you, the VA's coming back after every penny of that money. Okay, now that's the doom and gloom. If you got out because of a medical board, you weren't already in the medical process, you got injured while on deployment, or you had a car accident here and you can no longer serve, that is a consideration. That's an exception to policy. Those are granted every day. If you went to a selection board and you weren't selected to be retained in service, we're not going to hold you accountable for that 4-year obligation. It wasn't your problem, it was the Army's problem. All right, so here's some of the benefit packages that you get when you transfer. There is a little caveat in there. Dependents receive the exact same tier as the soldier. So now that you get 18 months, their benefits are going to go up. You get the 24 months, their benefits are going to go up. Spouses, you may use that benefit immediately. Children, you got to have 10 years in service before they can actually start using it and be 18. Or we get a letter from the school or their transcripts from their high school saying they graduated early as a 17-year-old. Big one I get, especially from senior leaders that transferred their benefits years ago. Why did my kids' benefits stop? Well, how old are they? That's going to be my first question. This ends on the day of their 26th birthday. Another thing that's going to kind of play havoc on this, especially if you got college-age kids, is as soon as they hit the 18 mark, some VA benefits stop. As soon as they hit 21, definitely benefits are going to stop, unless they are a full-time student. So what you need to do, their ID cards will fall off, their DEERS information will fall off. You need to get a letter, an enrollment letter from whatever school they're going to, college level. Bring it over to the DEERS office. They'll revalidate. That'll restart the benefits and everything else, your TRICARE, the DEERS, and all that record. So please keep on top of that. Watch your children's ages because there's a lot of milestones and trigger points that stops benefits, and you won't know until they go to the doctor and they say, yeah, you're not covered. All right, you can modify and revoke months of benefits between any dependent that's on your page 2 at the time of discharge. So you have to elect, and this is what I tell everybody. In the line of duty, you're fine. If there's something happened, God forbid, that you had an accident or an injury, then it's fine. There's other scholarships that are going to cover this. But if you're not in the line of duty, this happened down in Pocatello. We had a soldier that had the intent to transfer benefits to his kids. He finally did it. He transferred 1 month of benefits to his 3 children. He didn't transfer a month of benefits to a spouse. Off duty, got taken out in a motorcycle accident, and the rest of those benefits went to the grave with him, except for those 3 months that he transferred. So I recommend to everybody, until the law is changed, even if you don't like your spouse, give your spouse 1 month of benefits. That way, they can become executor of your estate in your untimely demise, and they can go in there and adjust these benefit transfers back and forth to your remaining children. So hopefully that makes sense, and we can talk more about that later offline on that. Another thing on this is not marital assets. So you could transfer 36 months of benefits to your spouse. Something happens, it didn't work out, you guys got a divorce. I said at the beginning, these are your benefits, not a spouse's benefits. You can go back in there and pull it. No harm, no foul. Nobody's going to hold you accountable on that. All right, so before I go on to this, any questions post 9/11 GI Bill? We can throw them out here right now. Sir?
Just to be clear, sir, so we'd have to agree to 4 more years.
Affirm, from the day of earning it.
Transfer it to a family member or spouse.
Yes, sir.
After already serving 6.
After already serving 6. They're going to get 10 years out of you. This isn't a Department of Army. This is a Department of Defense initiative, and it really is. It's a retention initiative. And regardless if you're in the Marines or the Navy, they're going to get 10 years out of you. You got a question, ma'am?
So for the post 9/11 GI Bill, until what degree does it cover up?
Yeah, you go to a doctoral on it. It's based on money, is what it comes down to in months. So when I say you have to get 36 months of active duty time to qualify for the 100%, you're also only going to get 36 months of benefits. So you go to a month of school, they're going to take it away. And it's not calendar months, it's more semester months. So like if you start in August and go to December, 1 semester, on the calendar that's 5 months, but it's actually going to be 4 months of benefits withdrawn from the account. Does that answer your question? Perfect. Sir?
If I transferred branches previously into the National Guard, does my time of service with that branch of service still transfer over with active duty time?
If they're active duty time and it's not active duty for training, absolutely. VA doesn't care. All they care about, if you have DD-214s that cover this, that's not training until you hit that 24-month mark. What else we got? All right. Oh, we've got another one. Here we go.
Like, would it transfer to past tuition or only like current enrollment?
Only current enrollment. Absolutely. All right. We're going to move on here. Here's another one. It's not one of my programs, but I like to speak to this one. They call it MyCAA. It's My Career Advancement Account Scholarship Program. This is coordinated by Military OneSource, and you're going to have a Military OneSource speaker come up here in a minute. But I do want to talk about this. It's pay grade specific when it comes to spouses. It's up to $4,000 to pay for an associate's degree or different type of credentials. Pays for tuition. There's various schools. It's not, you can't get this and go to Boise State and knock out an associate's degree there if you wanted to. MyCAA has specific education institutes that they work with on this. Spouses E1 through E5, W1 through W2, and O1 through O2. You will not qualify for this program until the day of those orders start. And then your significant other can reach out to Military OneSource, the MyCAA program, and get assigned a counselor. You just have to follow a few click button things, put in your interest form. A couple days they're going to call you back and say, what do you want to do? You have to start the program while the Title 10 orders are activated, but you don't have to finish it in that time block. You can't drag it out for 10 years. They're not going to keep paying on that. But this is free $4,000 if you find something, you're sitting at home. And I know none of the spouses are going to be bored, because especially with children and jobs and everything else like that. But if you do have extra time, definitely look into it. It's free money. Get a few certs, get a little bit of education there. It might help you out in the long run. So that information's there, just military1source.com or .mil, and go to MyCAA. All right, this is definitely my favorite program. The only thing I can thank COVID for. So tutor.com, fantastic program out there. Over 100 subject areas, 24/7. There's some live tutors on this. Prior to, it was a pay service or only active members could get it. Because of COVID and homeschool and everything else like this, they got all these different grants and have offered this to all military dependents and military members free of charge. So if you have kids in any type of school, doesn't matter preschool through graduate school, put them on top of this. They can get the help, especially I know I've had a senior come and tried to ask me questions about some theories, and I had no idea. I had to go to tutor.com. Free of charge. Please sign up for an account there. I got some little flyers down here. You can take it. It gives you some general information, but if you just remember tutor.com, it'll help you out in the long run. Free benefit for being in the military. All right. I'm going to speak to the members here and not the dependents on this one. So as the Education Service Officer, I'm supposed to encourage off-duty education. Well, I'm not going to encourage off-duty education, and I'm not going to discourage off-duty education while you're deployed. But I'm going to challenge you to answer 4 questions before you bite off that elephant that's over there. The first one is, and I tell everybody, do not sign up for any classes prior to departing and prior to getting in country. You don't know what your mission is right now. You might have been told what your mission is, but that can change on a dime. Make sure you get boots on the ground in country, or talk to your counterparts that you'll be relieving over there, that you have internet connectivity that's stable, that the device you're taking over there is stable and connect to that system. And if you can answer that, move on to question 2. Question 2 is, have you briefed your leadership? Talk to your readiness and training NCOs, talk to your first sergeants, talk to your unit commander if need be, and let them know your intention. This is called off-duty education for a reason. Off your standard mission and job set. Make sure that they know, so if there's something coming up and you have a final due while you're over there, that they might give you some consideration to take that final instead of going on this detail. Or they might tell you just pack sand and go out on the detail too. But as long as they know, they're going to be more apt to help you out. The third thing I tell everybody is know your MOS. You all went to AIT or went to some type of technical school to learn your job, but do you really know your job in an environment like that? Get boots on the ground, work a few weeks, understand what it is. Some MOSs are going to be sitting in a nice air-conditioned box playing PlayStation for 16 hours a day. Some people are going to be out in the field for 18 hours a day. So know what you're biting off before you sign up for these classes. And then the fourth thing is know your mental fortitude and your mental motivation. So you're out in the field 18 hours, you come back, get some chow, take a shower, maybe go to the gym. Do you want to sit in your hooch and do an online course? Do you want to sit there and take a test? Do you want to read a whole bunch of stuff? Can you? And still be mission ready the next morning? That's my discouragement talk there. But if you can and you can answer all that, absolutely, enroll. Technology is great. Reach out to your schools here in Idaho. You can use federal tuition assistance for those courses. You can also, if the school's in Idaho, you can use our state education assistance money while you're over there. We can pay for all your education. But know what you're biting off, and that goes into this military withdrawal from classes. You all know you're getting deployed. You got the warning order. You're on a list or a standby list to move out. So that right there is indication that if you take a class, you cannot use a deployment excuse for a reason to get out of a failed grade or a withdrawn class. You can work it out with your professors all day long, and some professors are very lenient and will allow you to say, yeah, you can turn that in 3 weeks. But what happens when that internet breaks because something happened in that fob and you have no connectivity? Well, you're not going to be able to turn in that paper. Eventually, that professor is going to say, yeah, no, I'm going to fail you. The minute you fail, and if you borrowed any money from the government to pay for those courses, we're taking it back, or Big Army's taking it back. They will not bat one eye, and there's no, I want to say a sob story, but you're going on deployment. They won't accept any type of sob story for a failed grade. Throwing it out there. If you need all that, take 1 course, take 2 courses, take 3 courses. You get a degree just like you eat an elephant, 1 bite at a time, 1 class at a time. If you keep pressing through, you'll get it. And if not, if you just want to concentrate on your job and your physical fitness and whatever over there, fine, these schools are going to be here when you get back. You're not getting postponed that long. Plus, you're going to have more benefits when you get back. All right. You're going to forget half of this, if not all of it. But please don't forget that top line right there. That's my email address and my phone number. I work right in this building, right upstairs in room 280. Spouses, you can call me anytime if you have questions about the GI Bill or any issues you're having with your children's schools, especially if they're at the collegiate level. I can't help a lot, but I can steer you in the right direction on stuff. If you have any general education questions at all, please give me a call. We'll help you out where we can help you out. So there it is, 208-272-3615, and my email address is there. We also have a whole staff up there that just does federal tuition assistance, GI Bill, the whole works. So that is a quick down and dirty. You're going to hear this all again when you come back on your post-yellow ribbon in greater detail, because now you'll know exactly what your benefits are. And we can take questions now, and we can take questions then. So what do you guys have? They want lunch. Sir. Actually, I like that. If you use the GI Bill, no, they just won't fund that class again. You're going to lose a month of benefit. If you failed a class and they give you the housing allowance, they can take that housing stipend back, though. But they're not going to, they just won't pay for that class again. They're just not going to charge you for that class. They're going to charge you your month, but they're not going to recoup because they've already got your money. But your housing allowance, they can come back on that. What else we got? Be safe over there. Keep your head on a swivel. Spouses, don't give up hope. This is easy. It'll be over with before you know it. You got an incredible support network out here on base and throughout the state. Use them. My wife did for 24 years. So don't be ashamed if you have to talk to somebody in confidentiality, education, financially, anything. There are services here. Please utilize them. Turn it over to you, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay, we just have Matt Barley up next, and they're just two really short ones.
Be happy to know I do not have slides. So. Oh, I do have one slide. Yeah. My name is Matt Barley. I'm the military one-source state consultant for the state of Idaho. How many people want to hear a stupid joke? All right, here we go. Let's see. Why did the cowboy buy a wiener dog? Because he wanted to get a long little doggy. Is that stupid? All right, cool. All right. A little humor always goes a long way sometimes, right? Okay. I'm going to keep it short and brief. You've been going through a lot of briefings today. It's probably going in one ear out the other, a lot to absorb. So I'm going to say right now, the best thing to do is when we get done talking, if you want to listen more about Military One Source, is come by my table in Building 951, and we'll talk more about the program, okay? Major thing is, we're a Department of Defense funded program, and we are free of charge to you and your family members as long as you're in the DEER system. We provide things like short-term solution-focused non-medical counseling support, 24/7. We provide things for your spouses, like John talked about, the MyCAA program. We also have what they call Spouse Education and Career Opportunities program. If your spouse is looking for employment, gives you a free LinkedIn account through that. They have a job board. We have over 500 agencies looking to hire just spouses only. A lot of jobs are virtual, so it's kind of a cool thing. We also have counseling for children. They can go on there, same thing. There's different ways you can receive counseling through us. You go through the website, www.militaryOneSource.mil. There's a chat functionality on there. Go through chat. You can call us on the telephone, 1-800-342-9647, and it's confidential. You can also do face-to-face counseling in your local community. We have counselors all over the area, just like TRICARE or something like that. We have in Boise, Nampa, Caldwell, all through Idaho, all through the states. They will assist you if it's more like a line of marriage counseling or something like that needs more face-to-face counseling, okay? Things we provide, short-term solution-focused stuff, like I said earlier, stress management, deployments, like going on, reintegrating when you come back, marriage counseling. If you're a spouse, you're having a hard day that day, you can call us up, talk to somebody on the phone, just getting through the process. If you're overseas, you can call us, you can do chat functionality, have that internet connection like John was talking about, get it completely confidential when you're going through the process. Other things we provide is free financial programs. I know some of you could be making more money, some of you may be making less money, depending on what your job function is during a civilian career. We can help you figure out. You listened to Jennifer Wood earlier today. We also provide free counseling services to you and your family members. If there's somebody that hasn't done their taxes yet, we still provide what they call Mill Tax. It's an online free resource through Military One Source. We use the H&R Block program as a backbone. You go through our program and you can use it through October when you come back. We also, you can use it starting around mid-January. It uses H&R Block. It's free of charge. I was able to use it. It's a pretty cool little resource. We've done some different changes. A lot of stuff for children on deployments out there, 0 to 3 programs, you little kids, stuff like that. So best thing to do, come by my table if you want to learn anything about Military One Source we provide. Just go to the 1-800 number, 1-800-342-9647, or www.militaryonesource.mil. That's all I have. Any questions or any more bad jokes? We're good? Thank you for your service. Take care.
Okay, we have Jenna Turner, and then we will go to lunch. But I'll speak first. No one move.
Good morning, afternoon. So I'm here representing the Department of Behavioral Health as well as my program, which is Beyond the Yellow Ribbon. As Paige mentioned, my name is Jennifer Turner. I'm an LMSW here on post. And so let me tell you first what the Department of Psychological Health is for. It is service member focused. So pretty much what their job is to focus on mission readiness, do evaluations, short-term counseling or psychoeducation, crisis intervention, and command-directed referrals, and whatnot. We do have 4 Department of Behavioral Health personnel. We have Susie Bercier, who's the program lead, Ashley Throp, who is actually about to go on maternity leave, but she is the one focused on mission readiness and evaluations. We have Chris O'Toole, who is located here on Gowan and is in charge of doing the evaluations, and then Kay Bomber, who is located in the eastern part of the state to cover Pocatello, Idaho Falls, in that region. We just, if you don't know, the DPH just moved over to the Family Programs building, so they're off in that, they're in that back hallway with us. Something to note is that it is service member centric. It is not necessarily a confidential, I mean, it's confidential, but there are certain reportings that have to be done to chain of command and other leadership as needed. So let me tell you a little bit about my program. So the difference between the DPH and us is that Beyond the Yellow Ribbon Counseling Services is a congressionally funded program. It's free and confidential, and it has assistance provided to any service member. We're talking any branch of service, regardless of current status. You can be a veteran, retiree, as well as their immediate family members, and I caveat dependents, people who live in your household. The program was built to kind of bridge the gap in mental health services. We all know that sometimes we're only, putting on that uniform 2 days a month, and then in between that, you're a civilian, and you're kind of left to fend for yourself. So that's why this program was put into play. We service the entire state of Idaho. That being said, that means we travel and we do a lot of telehealth as well as over the phone, video and over the phone. So again, service member, veterans, family members, and we try to link up with community referrals and find that continuity of care. We also work very closely with, again, we work hand in hand with the DPH, chaplain services, and other programs to support the needs of service members and their families. So some of the services we provide, again, all military branches, veterans, dependents, retirees, and we have individual services, individual counseling, children, teens, adults, couples counseling, family counseling, group counseling, case management. If you're not familiar with what case management is, again, it's that linking of community resources. So let me tell you about who our team is. Again, we're located in Building 270 on the backside. We have Rhonda Brumpton, who's an LCPC as well as an LMFT. So she's a licensed master, okay, I know this acronym. She's a family therapist and a child therapist. There's her contact information. Heidi Moyes is our program lead. She's actually up north right now doing her duty up there, representing services. She specializes in advanced resolution therapy as well as couples counseling. And then there's me, Jennifer Turner, LMSW, and I have an advanced training in, it's called Compassionate Bereavement Care, which is traumatic grief and loss. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. We do have a new case manager starting soon, and we'll get him on board really quickly. If you have any questions, I will be in with the other vendors. And let's get some lunch.
Okay, so a few things before you go to lunch. Make sure when you guys are exiting that you're coming down and you're exiting out those buildings. You will need to be scanned out. Then you'll head over to the vendor area. Because of the weather, we are in building 951, which you guys don't know. Brigade, yep. So you can drive over there, and I have this lovely, if you want to take a picture of it, if you need any guidance, just let us know. The next thing is that I want everyone, oh my goodness. Why is it talking? Okay. Anyways, those in Post Falls, you guys, this is the end of your live, so you will continue on with your in-person, so hi and bye. And then the rest of you guys, in your yellow ribbon folder, there is a yellow brick road. So make sure that you have that. These are going to be so you can stop at the vendors. There are some mandatory vendors that you need to sign off on. They're just going to initial. This is a really important, this is the time we're giving you guys basically 2 hours to do this because you're going to return, the soldiers are going to return to this building in 440 at 13. Anyone have the map? Let me see. Soldiers will return here at a 1:45. And then the spouses or circle of support parents are going to go to the chapel, which is the number 2. So it's going to be a split class. And then after those classes end, the spouses, circle of support will all come back to 440 and we'll have one more last class here. So just make sure you guys are watching that timeline. We're going to be checking in at each location. I know we're kind of spread out, but because of the rain, we had to move the vendors into the drill hall. This is where your lunch is going to be served. It's Jimmy John's. Hopefully you like it. Otherwise, you guys should be good. I will have on the yellow brick road, if you make sure you guys put your names and your number to turn in at the end, we're going to do a drawing and you guys will get a gift card, 1 or 2 of you, to incentivize you to talk to people. So other than that, you guys can head to building 951. Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to go ahead and get started. This is the DCERT resiliency portion. It's going to be taught by Sergeant First Class Dyer.
All right, so I'm sure a lot of you have been in a resilience class before. This one's going to be a little bit different. Unless you've deployed before, there's a different resilience class for all those that are deploying. It's also a different resilience class for spouses and other family support. So we're going to be talking about some things that are going to be a little bit different than what they're talking about. And there are going to be some things that are going to be the same. So we're going to talk about some of the resilience skills you can use, some stressors that you have, and they're going to be hearing the same kind of things. So this class is going to be a little bit more interactive than resilience. I know it's after lunch, and I already see a few people sleeping, but like the first half, there's not a lot of slides, but like the first half, first 15 slides are going to be a lot of questions where I'm going to need to ask you guys for some information. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. It's going to be longer than it needs to be. Nobody wants it longer than it needs to be, right? Okay. All right. So, first thing I'm going to do is, by raise of hands, who here has deployed before? Okay, keep your hands up. Now I want everyone to look around the room and look at those that have their hands up because, like I said, this is going to be a little bit different resilience class. I'm not really going to be teaching this by myself. I'm going to ask those that have deployed before to help me teach this. I haven't deployed before. But I'm going to be facilitating kind of a conversation but I want you to identify those that have deployed before and see them as people that you can go to ask these same kind of questions we're going to talk about today. Look to them for answers on what it's like to deploy. What kind of resilient skills did they use? Probably didn't call it resilient skills, but everyone has them all the same. All right. Okay, so there's a question up here. Why is it important to know what to expect? This is the participation part.
So you're not caught off guard.
So you're not caught off guard? Why is it bad to be off guard?
You can end up hurt in ways you wouldn't have expected.
So like for a mission, if you're not ready to do something you've been asked to do, a task or a mission, you could be injured. Maybe you don't have the proper equipment or proper training. Okay? What about mentally? Say it again? Right mindset? Okay. All right. So what would happen if you have the wrong mindset? You're going to react poorly? You could. People could get hurt. Yeah, if you're not in the right mindset to do something or even to react to something, even if you're not doing it, then you could react in a way that's not beneficial to you or the other people around you. So we'll talk a little bit more about that too. All right, so right away, I'm gonna ask those guys that have deployed before, what do you wish you would have known or would have expected before you deployed before? Maybe no one's asked that before. I mean, simple stuff. Kind of comforts that you wish you would have taken or had or.
The pre-deployment part, you do a lot of stupid things and repetitive things, and there's a lot of repeat stuff because stuff gets lost, so it's monotonous. And if you would have known that before, kind of prepare for that, you're like, just expect it.
Okay.
Last time I prepared, and after it started happening, I just made copies of like all the certificates, because that was always lost. Every time you show up to drill, it's like, hey, I don't have a certificate from you. I'm like, yeah, I gave you last month. So you just got one where you bring a whole folder, and here you go.
Yeah.
So just kind of prepare for that. There's just a lot of waiting and hurrying, and you're basically going to go repeat what we've been doing the last 2-3 months.
Okay. So there's a lot of good things there, a lot of pre-deployment stuff, things that you wish you would have saved. Thank you for that. Okay. What are some other things you wish you would have known? Or let's change the question. What do you wish you would have expected, maybe to be better prepared for? Okay. It's all right. This is early in our briefing. We'll get talking a little bit. Okay. All right. Well, let's think about that. We're going to talk about some things to expect, and maybe that'll get some thoughts going, and people can share some experiences they had or questions they might have. So we're going to do this training in 4 parts. There'll be the part about preparation, a part about realities, and that's when we're talking about the kind of things that we could expect there. We'll talk about resilient strategies and how we can grow from our deployment. All right. So the first part is preparing for deployment. Okay. So this one is the stressors that you might have before deployment. Okay. At work, here's some examples. So we're talking about before we leave, you might have some stressors about the amount of stuff you got to get done before you go. You might be stressed about the last minute changes that are happening. I'm going to be attached to this unit. Nope, I'm going to go be attached to this unit. Or be part of this crew. Oh no, now you're going to be part of this crew. The dates might even change. You're stressed because, oh, I was going to leave in August. Oh, now I'm pushed back. I'm not leaving until November. I got some last minute medical information that it's going to change things. Maybe your coming home date's going to change, and they're telling you that already. Okay. What are some other things with work that might stress you out before you leave? This is for anybody. You're all going out there, so you're all going to have the same kind of stress. What kind of work things are going to stress you out before you leave?
Trying to make sure everything's squared away before you leave.
Okay. Everything's squared away with home, finances. No. Maybe you got a boat that's got to be winterized, and you just now remembered that you're the only one that knows how to do that. So now you got to find a buddy that's willing to do that for you. Okay. A friend of mine that's deploying, he's got a horse, but he's the one that takes care of the horse. So now he's got to try to find somebody to take the horse from him. He also has a tractor, but he can't just let the tractor sit. So he's got to try to either sell it or get someone to borrow it and be willing to give it back so then it can be used a little bit so it's not out of commission by the time he comes back. Okay? What else? What other kind of work stress do you have?
I don't know if it's like work, but it's like trusting the people you work with to actually like perform up like under pressure and have your back, being able to trust them to be there for you and for you to be there for them.
Okay. So trusting the people you work with, are these the people that you're deploying with, that you're talking about? Okay. So if you're like me, you have the people that you work with, you have the people that you drill with, but maybe if some of them you only see a couple days out of the month, and they're totally fine a couple days out of the month. But now you're trying to imagine seeing them every single day. And it's not just about being annoyed because they chew loudly, and you're like, yeah, I just avoid them those 2 days out of the month for drill. But now you're like, oh man, I'm going to hear this guy chew loudly every single day. But think about mission accomplishments like you were talking about. Maybe these guys chew loudly, but at least you can trust them to help you get the tasks done that you need to do. They're going to have your back. But maybe there are some people that aren't. They chew quieter, sure, we'll give them that. But maybe you're not really sure you can trust them. Okay? And now all this is starting to become real. Okay? So that causes a lot of stress. Right? Okay? So let's talk about personal life. Again, this is for everyone. What kind of personal things? We talked a little bit about making sure all your affairs are in order, but let's talk more specifics. What kind of personal stuff are you stressed about before deployment?
How to best spend time with your family before we leave.
Okay. Yeah. How do you best spend time with your family before you leave? How do you make sure that's quality time? How do you make sure you don't overthink planning for the quality time so much that you're not having any quality time? I do that already, and I'm not even deploying. Okay, that's a good one. What else? Yeah. Say it again.
The health of your family.
The health? Okay. All right. That's a good one. So you may be a key part of making sure people get the doctor's appointments or things like that. Or it may be something more serious. You may have a parent or grandparent that you provide care for. Maybe you're the only one of your siblings that visits your grandfather in the home. And you're worried that that's going to affect his health because now he doesn't have someone checking in on him. All right? That can cause a lot of stress. Anything else? Okay. All right. Do we say all of these? I know we didn't say the last one, but trying to get everything organized. All right, we talked about that. Trying to get everything in order. Did you have to quit your job? Did you choose to quit your job before you left? Are you stressed about making sure that lines up with when you leave so you have money all the way to the end? Are you worried about what you're going to do when you get back? All right. Of course, family and friends. Despite how people may think sometimes, you're probably more important than you think. And you're involved in a lot of people's lives. So there's things that people have to do to try to reorganize what they do. All right. The big chill. Any guesses on what the big chill is? Trying to relax before you go? Nope, that's not it. Debt? What? Either you said debt or death. But death, that would probably be the real big chill. That's the ultimate chill. But the big chill, and to be honest, tell me if you recognize this. So let's say you're leaving. Obviously, for deployment is the example we're using here, but even if you're leaving for military school or for any kind of work trip and you've got to leave your family and friends or whatever support system you have for an extended period of time. And this is why they call it chill, is you're kind of cold near the end there. And you're kind of staying back. You're not really involved. You're thinking, all right, well, they should start getting used to me not being here. And if you're only gone a month, maybe this chill only lasts for a couple days before. And you're like, hey, you don't really need me, see? I'm not really participating. You got this. But it can go to an extreme where you're even picking little fights. I've done this. Even for, I think, for ALC, I was picking a fight with my wife, and I didn't realize I was doing it. But this is a real thing. This is pretty common. And it was over something stupid, but I remember saying, oh, it'll be fine. You'll have to deal with me for a whole month. Okay? You don't need to raise your hand or anything, but think in your head, does this sound familiar? Maybe not to you. Does this sound familiar to one of your loved ones or a friend? Do you notice this? So we're talking about this today so that we can identify situations where this might happen. The point is that it's not good. Don't do that. Because you're going to miss out on time with your loved ones. And in my experience, because I've done this lots of times before I realized it doesn't actually really help. Yeah, maybe I'm annoyed with that person, with my wife. She's annoyed with me. And it lasts a couple days, but it really doesn't last the whole month. I think a couple days at max is the longest it lasted. And so keep an eye out for that, because that causes more stress than not doing it. Okay. All right. All right. So some of the things you want to talk about with loved ones is shared experiences. Okay? I don't know if you've thought about talking about this, but what kind of stuff are you going to share with your family and friends? We can talk about OPSEC, sure. But I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys already had that briefing, what kind of stuff you can and can't share. But I'm talking about, let's say that you're having, I don't know, an allergic reaction to something you ate. And it's just a rash. It may seem minor to you, and you're like, oh, this is really annoying. It's super itchy. But to your loved ones, your mom might be like, oh my gosh, this is going to get worse. And now they're worried because they can't see it themselves. They can't check on you. They don't know what kind of medical care you have. And you're like, Mom, it's fine. It's just a few bumps. No big deal. But she's on WebMD and she's like, oh no, this is cancer. It's got to be cancer. Because everything on WebMD is cancer, right? So that's just an example, but think about all the things that you want to share. And then have that conversation with your family, with your friends, and let them know, hey, I'm going to tell you right now that I'm probably going to get sick a few times. I'm going to be gone this amount of time. I'm usually sick about once or twice a year. So I'm probably still going to get sick once or twice a year. Or maybe I'm going to get something weird. Maybe, some kind of medication is going to have a reaction. And so decide now whether or not you and your loved ones want to know immediately when it happens, or do you only want to know when it's fixed, or when it gets bad and more serious things have to happen and decisions have to be made. If you're going to go out on a mission, that might be a little bit dangerous. Or heck, when they tell you to haul some heavy things out of the back of a truck, doesn't even sound that dangerous. How are they going to hear that? Are you going to share that before you do it? Are they going to stress about it? Or are you going to wait till after? It's up to you guys. I'm not telling you the right answer. Because it all depends on your family and your loved ones and what you guys decide. But have that conversation. Have a conversation as well about when you expect to be able to communicate. Let people know whether or not you have access to your email or your phone number or what? Or snail mail. Are you going to be able to get packages during certain times? You may not know, but people may expect that you can communicate back as quickly as you can here. And I go, oh, it's fine. There's people with cell phones over there. You can text me back anytime, right? And then they start getting worried because, hey, they're not texting me back. Hey, I'm gonna go ask their mom. Hey, have you heard from them? She's like, no. I haven't, but it's fine. And they're like, I don't know if it's fine. I'm gonna call your commander. And somebody's calling the commander. So have those conversations with people. Okay. And this talks about social media. Again, there's a whole OPSEC brief about that, but think about it the same way. If you've had a conversation with your spouse, let's say, that, okay, I'm not going to tell you about minor injuries or illnesses until after I'm better. That way you don't stress about it. And we're both understanding. I didn't just make an executive decision. I'm not going to share that, but we both agreed to this, okay? Well, then don't post it on social media either, right? That's all this is saying. Okay. All right, so that's part one. Okay, so let's talk about some realities. Again, I'm going to need you guys' help on this one. Okay? All right. So we're going to talk about some of the things. Can't read my notes. We're going to talk about some of the things that we're going to be able to expect there. And I don't know what they are. But let's throw out some ideas. Okay? We're going to go through 3 different things, 3 senses. We're going to talk about what you might see, what you might hear, and what you might smell. So, We'll take any ideas here. What might you see on deployment? Yeah. Sand. All right. Good chance? Slight chance. Okay. All right. What else might you see? We're going to see a lot of stuff.
Completely different cultural dynamics.
Different culture. All right. Which that involves a lot of different things. Different language. And I guess that's something you'll hear, but you'll see different interactions, different gestures, different dress, different buildings, different customs. There's a lot of stuff in that, right? Okay, what else might you see? Yeah.
Things that will challenge your morals and beliefs.
Like what? Give me an example.
Over here, you're more equal, so you can shake hand, but overseas, you're not, if you're a female, you're not obligated that, and you're kind of below them over there.
Okay.
That's where your hierarchy stands. So if you see like a woman getting beat in the streets by her husband, to us, that's not okay. That's morally wrong. But over there, that's acceptable. So it's like regulating when you choose to stand for your morals and beliefs and having to be able to be flexible with that.
All right. So different morals, different beliefs. So I like that you said flexible. So that's why we're talking about this, because resiliency is really just another way of saying flexibility. And if we know that we're going to expect to see different cultures and different beliefs, different customs, and these might be, it might not just be how they prefer things. It might be deep-rooted beliefs in the way they do things that are going to affect you. They may even offend you. But it's good to know that. What else might you see?
You'll see differences in the people you think you know.
Ooh, that's good. Differences in the people that you think you know. Here, these people. Okay? Let's go back to the difference between seeing them 2 days out of the month to seeing them every day. And seeing them, maybe not at their worst. I don't want to say that. But maybe you're seeing them in a different atmosphere. This guy may be totally cool when he's around his wife because she kind of keeps him in check. But he's off by himself now. And he's not doing anything bad, but dude, he's so annoying. Because his wife's not there and be like, shut up. Okay? You're going to see a different side to people. Okay? All right. So let's go through some of these images. All right? Up in the top left, we're going to see sadness, despair. Okay? We see that here, but we're going to see it over there. And it's going to be different. It's going to be different than what you're used to. Okay? One top in the middle. You might hear people wailing, crying, noises that are a little unsettling or a lot unsettling. I know we're getting into here stuff, but these are kind of things you might see. Okay? I'm on the top right. You're going to see the enemy. You're going to see people that are going against what your mission is. Okay? In whatever form that takes. Okay? These are people that you're going to see that are going to look at you differently. And you're going to see that in your eyes, in their eyes. You're going to see that they don't look at you the same way that you're used to being looked at. Might be disgust. It might be something you don't recognize, but you know somewhere in you, there's something not right. Okay? Okay. Now, bottom left. Right? Might see some things that aren't dangerous. Civilians, non-combatants. They may be asking you for, a piece of candy. They may just be bugging you. They may be saying all kinds of things you have no idea what they're saying, but they won't stop following you.
Or they might be saying things to you that you're not used to some kid walking up saying to you.
Yeah, absolutely. They could be saying things you're not used to hearing. I'm repeating a lot of this stuff because it's recorded in the microphone, but they're going to say some things you're not used to hearing. That's good. All right? You might see some destruction. You might see the results of those enemy combatants and things that they do. Your friends might be involved in that. Your buddies. It may be someone involved in it that you don't even know, but somehow that triggers something in you. Okay? Or you might have caused that. There you go. All right? I'm not trying to scare anyone here, but let's go back to what we were talking about earlier. Why is it good to know what to expect? It's keeping you physically, mentally prepared. And that's what this resilience class is about. All right, what might you hear? We talked a little bit about it, but what else might you hear? A real explosion or bomb, okay? Shots, mortars, all sound different. For those that have deployed before, is there a difference in sound between a bullet coming at you and a bullet going away from you? I don't know what that difference in sounds like, but you'll find out, or you could find out, maybe not. Right. Okay. All right, what else might you hear? Death. You can be my death guy. I rely on you. Every time death's involved, we'll look at you. Okay? And that comes in all forms, right? You might hear someone dying. You might hear someone calling for a medic. You do. You have to mentally prepare. Exactly. Because that is unsettling. Anything else? All right, there's a big one. And even with the seeing part, we're not really even covering it. What's that on the left? Yeah, we're talking about what do you hear? Snoring. Noises from your fellow soldiers. Things when you're not in an emergency situation, you're not in a danger zone, you are just waiting to do something nice, waiting for your shift to start. Or you're relaxing after, and there's all kinds of noises. People doing PT, and they're making all kinds of weird noises. You're like, dude, it should not be that difficult. What's wrong? You're going to hear people crying. People are going to get homesick. You're going to hear through a wall, maybe. Someone just sobbing.
You're going to hear from other soldiers things that went bad at home, and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. So he said, you're going to hear from other soldiers things that happened at home, bad things that happened at home. And there's nothing they can do about it, there's nothing you can do about it. But your buddy said, hey, my dog just died. My favorite dog. Had him since I was 10. I'm like, That sucks. You hear all kinds of stuff like that. Okay. All right. Talked about the other ones. Crying, wailing, explosions. Okay, what might you smell? We haven't talked about smell yet. Fecal matter. Yes. Gunpowder. Okay. Foreign smells. Rotten animals. Is that what you said? All right. Yeah. Okay. What else? A lot of sweat. A lot of BO. A lot of it coming from you. You ever been in the field and you're like, what is that smell? And you're like trying to find it, and then you realize, oh, that is me. I have never smelled that before. Yeah. That's just in the field. Deployment, you know. Your spouse isn't around, your boyfriend, girlfriend, they're not around. Who are you going to impress? There's going to be some smells. Okay? There's going to be smells of things burning. On the left side, you have vehicles, things from explosions or destruction. On the bottom, what's in those barrels? Yeah. That fecal matter we were talking about. All right. And they have perfumes. Because we're not all talking about negative things. So perfumes from, you know, I don't know if anyone still does this. Spray some perfume on the letter before you put it in the envelope. That way all the mail carriers get to enjoy it as well. And garbage, sewage. You know, hey, maybe they're not going to be able to pick up the trash every Tuesday like they do here. Maybe. I don't know. But recycling might still come on Thursdays, right? Yeah, so you're going to smell a lot of different stuff. All right, well, before we get there, all right. Let's take a second to kind of bring this back around. We talk about a lot of negative stuff. What are some good things? Let's go through each one. What are some good things you might see? Teamwork. Yeah. What else? Camaraderie. Okay. What else might you see? Accomplishments in yourself, in others. Say that again. All of our training put into action. Okay? Yeah. How many people have complained, oh, I never get to use my MOS? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't happen to everyone, but I hear that one a lot. Well, you will. Okay. All right, what else might you see that's a good thing? You might see love and support from your family and friends. You should see that. But you might see it from places you don't expect. You know, random kindnesses. Random things to say, hey, we support you. That's pretty cool. All right. What are some good things that you might hear? Silence. Sometimes that might be the best thing, is just hear nothing for even just a few minutes. Just long enough for me to go to sleep. Okay? Cheering? Yeah. Jokes? All right. Music? Man, for anyone that's gone without music for a while, like hearing music again, it makes such a difference. And you don't realize how much you missed it. Okay? All right, what are some good things you might smell on deployment? Hot food. Coffee? Okay. All right. Maybe a package you got. You open a package of Pop-Tarts and you're like, oh, I smell that fake sugar. Okay? There are good things. There's bad things for sure, and that's stuff we need to prepare for. But there are good things. Okay. All right, what kind of things are going to be stressful or annoying during deployment? Did you just point at him? That was it? That was your answer? I'm not saying you're wrong. I was just clarifying. Okay.
The uncertainty of what's next.
Uncertainty. Okay. Yeah, that's annoying now. I mean, if you've ever been a PFC or even specialist, I mean, you remember, you come to drill, you're like, I have no idea what we're doing. I have no idea why I'm standing in the motor pool. They just told me to stand here. And they try to beat that out of you at basic training so that you're just like, hey, don't ask questions. You're going to stand there until someone tells you otherwise. But it can be annoying. Be stressful, especially if you think something needs to get done. Okay, what else? Safety briefs. Yeah, you'll have a million of them. And then there'll be another one after that. Then they'll have safety briefs about safety briefs. Be careful. You have a safety brief because when you get tired, your head's going to hit the chair. Yeah. So. All right, what else?
I would say probably being a board leader, having someone you're below enlisted can look up to who are coming to about life problems or anything, just to talk to you about stuff going on.
Okay. Yeah, stress isn't about your ability to be a leader. Okay. All right, that's valid. Here's some other ideas. So boredom. Okay. For those that have deployed before, raise your hand if deployment's just like you see it in the movies. You're like all hero all the time. You jump out of the Humvee, you do superhero landing, right? No, it's not. There are going to be times where you're just bored. So bored. Okay? And then there are times it's going to be busy. And then you wish you were bored. And then when you're bored again, you wish you were busy. And then you keep going back and forth. Right? That's going to be annoying. It's going to be stressful. Your living conditions. They might be fine until they're not. Until you're sick of it because you don't have a choice and you can't do anything about it. Okay? We talked a little bit about other soldiers. Mishi pointed at him. Watch out for him. Okay? Homesickness. It can be a stress for you. It can be a stress when your your buddy has it. You got to go complete a task. You got to go on a mission. You got to do something. But you've been talking to your friend that you're going out there with for the last 2 days about being homesick. Are you stressed that their mind is really on the mission? And you want to make it worse. You want to be like, dude, are you going to be able to do this? Or can I trust you? Because now they're going to feel even worse about it. All that's stressful. Okay? All right. The last one, I thought said something that was stressy with celebrities. I read that wrong. The celebrations. Like, it's supposed to be like home and like, oh, I missed a birthday, I missed a graduation, I missed all of this, wedding. I thought it said celebrities, so I thought it was, the next slide would be like a picture of the Kardashians. I do not have a chance to keep up with the Kardashians while I'm deployed. Okay. But maybe that does stress you out. Okay? All right. All right, so is every deployment the same? No, they're all going to be different. So what kind of things change between deployments? The mission might change. Okay. What else? Security. The security you have available to you. Security of your personal safety might be different. Okay. What else? The unit you're with. You might be deploying with all new people. Okay. What else might be different? Location. All right. You might think, oh, I know what the weather's going to be like. But now this is a new place. It might be different. Or global warming might be going to the same place, but it's different weather. Okay. What else might be different? Okay. So you're in a different location, different theater. There's different cultures. All right. Different landscape. We talked about climate. Different mission. Good.
Different critters to watch out for.
Different bugs and things and rodents and all kinds of stuff. Absolutely. Which means you got different shots to avoid those. Okay? Even if you're at the same location, time's passed, right? That's always going to happen. You may have gone there before, but time has passed. Attitude toward you might be different. Mission change, we talked about that. Talked about security, personal danger. And critical incidents. Big things might have happened. Big things could happen. But it changes so many different things, not just your security, but it could change how you approach different things. You may have the same mission, but you have to approach it differently because of so many different variables that maybe you don't even have the clearance to know about. Okay. And then there's you. From one deployment to the next, you're different. How are you different? Even those that haven't deployed before, how do you think you're different going from one deployment to another? You're older. More experience, hopefully. Maturity, family. Family changes. What kind of family changes? You might have kids now. You might be divorced now. I mean, heck, your sister might have kids now. And you're a really good uncle. And that's different now. Okay? Even your relationship, the status of your relationship, let's just say, might be different. Hey, maybe you were married on the last deployment and you're still married now, but it's different now. You know, maybe you're struggling a little. Maybe you're not really in sync. You know, maybe you like rock and roll and she likes country, and you're just like, I can't even. Things are different with you. Okay, talked about expertise and experience. Your rank might be different, which means your responsibilities might be different. Okay? You might be doing different stuff in your home. You might be in charge of different things. Maybe your wife helped your kids with homework when they were little, but she's like, Okay, I'm only saying this because it's happened to me. But by the time they got to middle school, she's like, I'm out. I don't understand any of this. Common what? And now you're the one helping with the homework. Okay? Changes your family. Talked about that. Support structure. Okay, your financial situation. That might have changed. So you may have known on a previous deployment, or you, even if you haven't deployed before, you may have talked to somebody that was telling you all about, oh, you got to do this with your finances, and this with your finances. But that may not be the same as what they did. Okay? Your physical state. In here it says that, it's funny because like when you read that, depending on your age, I think you read that differently. Like I immediately saw physical state and I'm like, yeah, I'm older and I'm more broken. But maybe if you're younger, you're like, oh, I'm in much better shape than I was when I deployed when I was 19. And maybe you are. Okay? But account for that. Think about that. Your mental state could be different. Okay. All right, so let's talk about some resilience strategies. All right. Okay. What are your plans to stay in contact with the ones you love? Has anyone talked about that? Thought a way how you're going to do that? Let's hear some ideas. How are you going to stay in contact? Email? Carrier pigeon? It's the up-armored pigeon type, okay? It's the new model. What did you say? Skype? Skype? Okay. What else? What other ways to communicate? Letters? Especially packages. You got to send that snail mail. Cookies don't taste the same over email. Okay. All right. Have these conversations. All right. Think about it. Ask some people what they have done. If you looked around the room and you saw who has deployed before, maybe someone that's not in this room that you know, talk to them. But keep in mind that things have changed. Technology has changed since the last deployment. Technology has changed since last year. Technology changed like a minute ago. And things change, right? So your way of communication might have changed. So look into that. You don't want to try to be figuring that out when you're out there, right? But have those conversations with your family, with your loved ones, right? Okay? And that's one way to stay resilient. Now, when you're sending messages back and forth, because maybe phone calls are pretty rare. Maybe phone calls are annoying because you say something and it takes a minute before it gets there. And so there's pauses, and then there's times where you're talking at the same time. And maybe you think, okay, I'm just going to send emails, let's say. Or, other kind of messages. Think about what you're meaning to say. Think about sarcasm you might use. Be very careful. Read over your messages and think, okay, I know what I was trying to say, but do they know? Do they understand what I'm saying? Maybe you're joking about death. Well, they're not going to take that as a joke, right? Okay. All right. All right. So in resilience classes that maybe you've done before, they talked about ATC. ATC, A is the activating event. And your activating event is something that happens. It's an occurrence. It could be big, it could be small. It could be that, hey, I just got an award. It could be My buddy just told me that he's transferring units. It could be anything. But it activates consequences and emotions and reactions. Okay? But there's something missing in here. There's something that happens before the consequences of that event. Does anyone know what that is? Thoughts. So thoughts happen before that. Okay? And this is why we talk about ATC when we teach resilience, is because you may not have any control over the activating event, but you do have control over your thoughts. Exactly. And it's not easy, no. But it's something you can do. You can control. All right? And what your thoughts are affect your emotions, they affect your reactions, they affect the reactions of others, which ultimately are consequences. Okay? All right, so let's go to an example here. Crowd of local nationals gives you a look as if to make it clear you're not wanted here. That's your activating event. You get this look from this crowd. Not just one guy, lots of guys. Okay? What could you be thinking when you see that look? I hear a lot of whispering. I'm guessing there's a lot of jokes being made. I wear my best uniform today and they see me. Come on, let's share it. What kind of thoughts do you have when you see this group of people? What's that? Angry thoughts. Like, hey, I'm trying to help you out. You might get angry, right? But anger is your emotion that is your reaction to your thought. But what would your thought be before you got angry? What? Why? Why are they doing that? Right, exactly. And that's what we're trying to do, is separate these emotions from these thoughts. Because your emotions have already happened. And it's already too late. You've already had these emotions. So you need to work on the thoughts before they become the emotions. Okay?
You need to keep your head clear so that if a threat presents itself, you identify it before anyone gets hurt.
Exactly. So what he said was, you keep your head clear, so when a threat happens, you can identify it. You can be prepared to react and not caught up in whatever thoughts or emotions you're having. Okay? All right, so here's an example of some unproductive thoughts. Man, they should fight for themselves. They're going to look at me like that. I'm just trying to help you out, buddy. There's always going to be war here. Always. I don't know why you got to look at me like that. You guys are causing it. All kinds of stuff. It may be untrue, but these are your thoughts. You can be thinking all kinds of crazy stuff. Why are you looking at me? I see how you cut your hair. Take a lesson. But those are your thoughts, and that's what causes emotions and consequences. So these thoughts, these unproductive thoughts, can make you mad, make you annoyed, irritated. Now you're not motivated. Now it's harder to get up each day because you're like, I don't even care. These people that I'm trying to help are just going to treat me like that. Maybe they are. Maybe it was just a look. Maybe that was just their face. I don't know. Okay? What are some productive thoughts? Same example. They're entitled to their own opinion. All right. Makes it easy to move on after that. Because you're like, it's fine. They want to look at me like that. I don't care. Okay. Hey, maybe you're like, hey, maybe I should be aware of that. Look, and maybe it means something more. Nothing wrong with that. If you're wrong about it, all you did was just get a little bit more focused, and maybe you let some other people know, hey, let's all be focused and be ready just in case. Nothing wrong with that. Okay? Maybe think, hey, I'm doing my job. No matter what they think, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm part of something bigger than myself, bigger than them. There's a global picture that we have to look at. All right? And that leads to better consequences. You're not so annoyed. It's a little easier to get motivated, be able to do your mission, go through day in, day out. Okay? All right. Example number 2. Activate event. You see parents letting their kids play in garbage. What are your thoughts? I've never heard anyone say that. That's a good one. Man, I miss Sesame Street. All right, what else are you thinking? That's gross. That's disgusting. Say it again, I can't hear you. Hey, those are some productive thoughts. We'll get to those. I like that, though. Tell my kid that. Yeah, dirt. That'll just help your immune system. You'll be fine. Okay? Why should we protect these people when they don't even protect their own kids? Again, these are unproductive thoughts. What kind of consequences would this cause if you had a thought like this? What kind of emotion does that cause in you? Doubt in your purpose? Okay. Making you a little less motivated? All right, go ahead. Yeah. Why should I help them? I don't really want to. Maybe I'm gonna, just do it halfway. I'm gonna meet the minimum standard here, because they don't care. All right. Increasing resentment. They don't appreciate this. I don't know why we're giving them this good food. This is better than I just ate. It's better than MRE I just had. They don't care. Okay. All right. So good thoughts. I never let my kids do that. But I understand that all cultures have different ideas of safe play. Okay? Understand there are different cultures. We just let them move on. Okay, now we're more calm. We have more respect for them, which makes us clear-headed and we can move on with the mission. Okay. All right, so here's some other examples you can think about. You're crowded. People are being loud and you're trying to sleep. You choose how you think about that before it becomes an emotion. Before your instant anger, identify that you have thoughts about that first. And you can control those thoughts. Okay? All right. So here's some ways to help that. Acceptance. Do some breathing exercises. Find productive ways to let off that anger. And maybe you can go work out. Okay? And build up your positivity reserves. Hunt the good stuff. Okay? So if you've ever done a resilience class, Hunt the Good Stuff's like one of the basics. We talk about all the good things that have happened. And you start to think about why you're there and what positive change. You can even go to the smallest little bit. You saw a flower today, and that was something good. Okay? All right, so then we'll get into Hunt the Good Stuff. We don't need to get into that. Basically, the idea is there's going to be a lot of changes in your life. We know that, right? But it's about preparation. Think about these things. Think about what kind of situations you're going to be in. Think about what you're going to see, what you're going to hear, what you're going to smell, things you're going to be able to, things you're going to, in whatever sense you want to talk about. Prepare now, because the more prepared you're going to be, the more resilient you're going to be when it happens. You're in a situation, you may be in a situation, where you need to be able to have a clear mind, like was said, and be able to think through what your next step is going to be, and you may not have a lot of time to do it. So when an explosion happens, when your wife asks you for a divorce, your husband, or whatever, you need to be able to be resilient so you can continue with the mission. I'm not saying you can't deal with that you can't be sad about something or be shocked about something. But if you think about all the possibilities now of things that can happen, talk it through with your friend or family member or your buddy here in the unit. You can think about how you're going to react to that, because now you're more prepared. And that's all we're trying to do. All right? Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you for your time.
All right, we're gonna open the doors up, and then you guys can do like a quick stretch, but the spouses and circle of support family members are gonna come in, and we're gonna do your guys' last class. Sir Dyer, will you just let them know it's okay to come in? This is also, if you guys want more coffee, there's still some up there, so now is your time, because we're gonna take it down like 10 minutes into the class. Okay, our next one's Total Health, and that'll be by Christina. This is the clicker, but because you are live, you need to be like, this is your zone. Do not leave from the zone.
But I pace.
I know.
Do we wait a minute or two?
No, we just need to get their attention. Be like, okay, we're gonna get started. Yeah, they already did. I said, the next. This is your time right now. So, sort of like 5 minutes in, then. Oh. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna have it be passed out while you're talking. And then any yellow ribbon, yellow brick roads, if you still have them, bring them down, or I can come down for you and wave at me. I'm going, Christina, get back up here.
Good afternoon. All right, so these brochures are being passed out. If you can kindly check them out, review them. My name is Christina Cernansky, and I am the Suicide Prevention Coordinator. I am in the Wellness and Prevention branch. And I'm going to discuss with you the concept of total health. So, also, we have additional handouts on this, like a worksheet, if you want to go through the full program with us, that you can get on your way out. But for now, you'll just need this brochure.
So, what do I know about wellness? I have about 6.5 years of looking at wellness, and I've got a background in mental health and well-being. And this is the best way for us to be able to look at our total health, right, from a holistic approach, looking at 8 dimensions of wellness. And so we're also making sure that we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket, right? And to make sure that we're slow and steady and we've got everything covered down on. So we're going to briefly go over the 8 dimensions. And so when we're looking at covering down on our quote-unquote total health, this also helps us create more balance in our life. It helps us create better habits in our life. It also helps us look at connecting with others.
Keep it down.
Thank you. So as you embark on your next chapter over abroad and then also with your families here stateside, this is also a really great tool for you all to do together and then be able to check in with each other on a monthly basis, weekly basis, and then when you come back, your families are also going to be have the ability to be able to do this stateside while you are deployed. So when we are, the first segment in the brochure is this kind of shot target, right? So you can kind of look and assess yourself. Where are you in these different dimensions? You could do this later, right? But be able to look at where you are in these different dimensions in your total health. So I'm going to cover down on these 8 dimensions now. And again, this is usually a 4-hour brief. So hopefully I do okay in, 20 minutes? So the spiritual dimension. So we look at spiritual. Spiritual is knowing that we have a purpose, we have a meaning, and we have shared values and belief systems, right? We also can, oftentimes people look at this as religion, but spiritual is different than religion. It can be kind of overlap with religion, but spirituality is more so of how we find a purpose in life. Also, the golden rule is do unto each other as I would do unto you. That golden rule is kind of encompassed in every single major faith. And so that also connects us with everyone around the world to love thy neighbor, right? This also, being able to have this spiritual component helps us with optimism and future thinking, being able to look at also how we are able to overcome adversity, right? In our longer brief, we look at our value sets and our value systems and our different roles and responsibility. And you can do that at another time with the worksheets that we can leave behind with you. So let's see. And again, the core values. This is something that innately is within you. And so how many of you can actually sit here and name off your top 3 values? So a year ago, I couldn't do this, but through this project, I now can sit here and say that I know what my core values are, and they are now aligned also to my different dimensions, and that also ties together the dimensions within my life, because they're also intertwined. And so I encourage you all to kind of look at this as a tool to be able to find more grounding and more balance in yourself, and also to be able to connect with others. So our next dimension we'll talk about is emotional. Emotional is the different tools that you have in your toolbox, your coping skills. Also, learning about your strengths, as well as focusing on your weaknesses, and to be able to accentuate what you're really good at, right? And to be able to foster that. Understanding your limits as well. It's also self-regulation. I also call this the bounce back. What's your bounce back rate? So you know, like a tennis ball, if it's deflated, it won't bounce back as quickly. So the emotional dimension is helping us to be able to look at our ability to be able to look at challenges, overcome adversities, and be able to have a skill set to be able to deal with life on life's terms, right? Like oftentimes I'm driving, and sometimes my bounce back rate is not as what I would like it to be. And so then I kind of look at what else is going on in my life to be able to have a better bounce back whenever something outside of my control happens. So our next dimension is social. So our social connection to each other, our social connection to community, our social connection that we have with each other in our units and within our military service, and also effective communication, to be able to effectively communicate with each other, to be able to also be able to live to our core values. And are we kind of isolating, or are we out in the community being able to connect with others, as well as being able to, I know that when I was having some challenges emotionally, my connection to others, and I isolated, right? And so now I have lots of different groups of friends, and then I also support others by volunteering. I also check in with friends. That oftentimes wasn't the case for me, though. And so I very much value my social connection, and to be able to effectively communicate with others my needs. I know that I have sometimes been going through some grief over the loss of a friend, but then being able to have that connection with others, being able to share on that, and reaching out and asking for help, right? I know that I am only as strong as my social network. And so it's really important for me to be able to connect and to be able to identify and allow others to come into that space with me, to be vulnerable and to be able to share that I do need help and support from others. So the next dimension is intellectual. So it's challenging yourself mentally, going outside of the box, being able to come up with more creative abilities and ideas, engaging with different topics that you might want to learn more about, or something that you just don't understand, being able to go and to be able to go out of your comfort zone and learn more. It's also being aware of your values and how they differ from others. So I know that for this particular one of my favorite people that I hang out with, she's 82 years old, and she is sharp as a tack, and she does that, I believe, because she does 2 hours of brain exercise a day, and she reads a book a week. Sometimes that's a lot, right? And plus she's retired, but she makes it a point to be able to exercise her brain. And it's not necessarily reading a book sitting down, but then it's also being able to do puzzles. I used to hate puzzles, actually still do, because it just takes a lot of patience, right? But some of us do like puzzles. So someone got me a puzzle that's 20 pieces, and so I kind of make myself do that like once a week to like make my brain think more so about things that I don't like doing. So there are these things called neuropathways in your brains, in our brains, and so our neuropathways are kind of like hiking trails. We innately go down the same hiking trail because it's habit, right? Whatever is a habit. And so building a new habit is literally creating a new hiking trail within your brain. And so once I learned about that, I learned it was a lot easier for me to be able to build more healthy habits within my life, and then being able to stimulate my brain intellectually. Also, I'm not a big reader. I love reading, but it's hard for me to just like focus. And so I listen to a lot of audiobooks. And so you all in the military have access to the DoD military library that's online. And then we can also, that information's on our website if you want that free information about that. So it's Overdrive, and so you just download the app and then register your account on that. And so then you could learn more about challenging things that you might want to learn more about. So the next dimension is physical activity. You all know a lot about how to be physically active and pass your PT test, but this is more so, yes, it's about that, but it's also about your sleeping habits, how much water are you drinking, also your routine medical care, so, and your nutrition. So if you think of your body as like a car, are you gonna put diesel in your gas engine? So if we think about what we're actually putting in our bodies to give us strength and energy, I want to make sure I'm getting like the best gasoline in my body. Oftentimes it doesn't work, but I'm able to course correct and say, well, maybe next time I'll decide better fuel to put in my body. Also, you offer SRP, you do it every year, but being able to go to the dentist and seeing a doctor regularly. You know, that's going on the car analogy, it's like your oil change. So if you don't get your oil changed, other things are going to happen to your body. And so if you skip doing, your proper dental hygiene, things can definitely go awry pretty quickly, which then can bleed into other dimensions. So what if you have to get a root canal because you weren't brushing your teeth adequately, or you're consuming sugary things and you're not brushing your teeth after that? Then that will definitely impact your other dimensions by having to take off of work, by your financial impact that might be hitting you as well. So when we're looking at physical, it's more so than just your physical activity. It's how you are treating your body on the inside and outside. So occupational dimension is we're focusing on our work-life balance. Sometimes we don't often have a good work-life balance. I know it's hard for me. That's something that I struggle with. Personal achievement, also enjoyment from the work that you do, and exploring different career opportunities or setting career goals. Sometimes we don't have the luxury of finding another job or an MOS, right? But then how can we stimulate our social networks to be able to help us learn new skills that might fill up our cup more? I know that I've had some jobs that didn't fill up my cup as much, and so I went outside that and was able to gain more. I was able to get other hobbies that helped me fill up my cup, and it also then related with the social dimension by connecting with others and also helping others. So occupational it's not just looking at the current job that you have. It might be something that you might want to learn for the future that might help you get another job. I know this is my 7th career. I'm 41, but every job that I've had has built upon each one to get me to where I am today, and that has helped me. So I know growing up, I thought like I would have one career and I better be really good at it and make a lot of money at it, but that's not the case, right? Every single job has been able to help me flourish and grow. So I just make sure that I also can go outside of the box and ask my superiors if I can take additional training, of which the military is really good at that, right? To be able to take additional training to gain on your strengths. So financial dimension, this is one that sometimes we shy away from. Monitoring our spending, and this also goes back to our values, of which you could take more time looking at. Do your values line up with your spending, and what you're spending your money on? And then also improving ways on how to save money, making sure that you are getting, if you can, Uncle Sam to match your TSP account, making sure that you're able to invest if you can. And then also not getting a car payment that you can't pay back, right? So keeping within your means. Also utilizing all the resources and the tools that the military has to offer. I know on base, someone helped me file my taxes for free, and we found some really cool things that I got to help with a refund. So utilizing and tapping into all the resources that are available to you to make sure that you're financially secure is really important for, covering down on the financial dimension. Also becoming financially literate. There is the Dave Ramsey School that we offer on base, and so also there's tons of resources to be able to cover down on being able to figure out what would be the best kind of spending priority for us and our family. So environmental, we often think of this as, the environment that's nature, right? Which it can be, but it's also more so about our surroundings, the surroundings that we put ourselves into. So is our work environment conducive for working? Is our sleeping environment conducive to sleeping? Is our car like a total mess, which I know mine is, right? And so is my environment conducive for giving me the space that I need to be able to relax, right? My home should be able to let me relax, especially with my job, right? So I make sure that my workspace and my home space and my car space is conducive to help me thrive. And so environment can also look at how we're spending our time and in what environment. So there's 24 hours in a day, And so if we are working 8 hours a day and we're sleeping 8 hours a day, that leaves another 8 hours of the day. So how are you spending that time? Are you spending it in front of a computer or a TV? The average American spends 11 hours in front of a screen. And so when we're looking at the environmental dimension, do we really want to spend that extra time in front of a screen or with loved ones outside or with friends playing a game, a sports? So or connecting with the community. And I'm totally guilty of this. When I've had a hard week at work, one week I binged 3 seasons of Star Trek, right? But I try not to do that. I try to thrive and go out in nature because my environment, I know that I am much more, my cup is filled when I'm with people and when I'm outside because I spend so much time in front of a no window office in front of a computer, right? So also looking at this is how you embrace silence and solitude. So how, again, going back to how do you want to spend your time with those 8 hours that you have left in the day? So again, when we look at these 8 dimensions, it's looking at balance. They're all intertwined. You can come up with many examples of how something could make an impact on the other, and then it could just be a domino effect. So the idea here is to be able to notice where possibly you can see some gaps and fill in those gaps, where you are exceeding. Also being able to connect with others about where you are in this space. I encourage you all to be able to have like a battle buddy or a family member or a friend to be able to talk about each dimension, and then that way you are connecting with somebody. I would love to be able to have you all compete on how fast your retirement fund is going, right? Can you all honestly say that right now? Should be, right? To be able to see where you're at and see how fast each one of you can accelerate by the time you retire from your service. So you could also look at how if you are not having, if you're not thriving in a community, you know, maybe the community that you're hanging out with, your friends might not be lining up to your core values. And so maybe finding other people or spaces that line up with your core values. Can anyone give me any examples of some values that you might have within yourself? No, y'all are dead. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. You've been at this all day, haven't you? So are there any questions about 8 dimensions? Do you understand how this can help promote better habits? It can help promote balance within your life. It also can help you support each other in these communications. So the idea here is that we don't just have all of our eggs in one basket. I know when I was looking at different times in my life when I was not so happy, and I put all my eggs in 1, maybe 2 baskets, and I was not thriving or had anything going on in the rest of the dimensions. So I really encourage you all to kind of do a self-assessment on these different dimensions and to be able to see where you are at. We're going to have worksheets here if you want to take them home, and it's a worksheet exercise that has your values, a list of values, so you can go through and then circle your top values and then wean it down to about 7, and then you come up with your 7 core values. And then ask you to look at your roles and responsibilities, whether it be your roles and responsibilities within the Guard or within your family structure, within the community. And do your roles and responsibilities, are you infusing your values within that? So again, this is a really, really, really fun task to do, and I know that you all have a ton of stuff on your plate, but it's something to really do a self-assessment on, to have some kind of reflection. This is not just for today, this is also long-term. And so you're gonna be hearing this concept while you're deployed, you're gonna be hearing this concept when you're coming back, and you're gonna be hearing this concept for years coming up in the years on end, because this is not, this is a lifestyle kind of self-assessment, and to kind of look at where we're at, and it's not just a one and done kind of thing. Any questions? Great. Okay, so we're gonna have the worksheets here, and there's additional, so on this brochure, there's also a useful YouTube video that you can scan with your QR code. Also for you all to take the the Army Fit I think you all probably are required to do that. But then there's also additional resources in this top scan thing, QR code, which Big Army has spent lots and lots and lots of time and resources on. So each dimension, you can dive much deeper into it and be able to do a much more a deeper self-assessment. Okay, that's the shortest time I ever did all that, so hopefully it was okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so a couple things are going to happen. So now we're going to go into our ending portion. I want everyone through your folders to pull out the resources of care. Or, one of you of your group, whichever. But if you didn't take notes today, or because sometimes you fell asleep or you were bored, this little sheet is 5 pages of everything we talked about today. So if you want to know and you forgot who your surfer is and where they're located, bam, number and email right here for you. You want to know about counseling services, or you want to talk to your financial person because you want to get out of debt, or you want to not pay for taxes anymore, she's right here. So this is very important. If you don't remember anything from today, please put this on your fridge to remember it later, because although it doesn't pertain to you right now, I promise when your husband or wife or whoever is 14-hour time difference and you realize that you need their help, you can use the family programs here at Building 270 because they will be able to help you. This is your moneymaker. Next. Let me just scroll on over. You should be able to scan this with your cell phones. So go ahead and try that now. As I'm talking, you guys can complete this so that you guys can leave. This is your ticket out. We try and provide the best that we can with what we are given, but we want your AAR comments or what you have to say what was good, what could be better. This is completely honest, and it's anonymous. So whatever you say, we won't know who said what. So we really appreciate the feedback that you're going to give us, because that only can help us get better. Other than that, we are super thankful for you guys for being here. While you guys are filling that out, I'm going to draw the name for our yellow brick road.